pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a couple of announcements this morning. A closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Oakdale Irrigation District et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al. This will be scheduled for today. And we have an addendum pursuant to Government Code. This is another closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Wait a minute. That's the same one. I've been given two to announce. So actually there is only one addendum. And we will now turn to the consent agenda. These are items that are meant to be routine and non-controversial. If anybody in the audience, staff, or board wish to take any item off for further discussion, they may do so now. Board? Staff, members of the audience, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote. We will now take a 7-minute recess in order to get us to the 9:10 schedule for public comment. At that time, anybody who wishes to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so for 5 minutes per person and up to 15 minutes per topic. We'll do this at 9:10. Call the meeting back into session, and we will now move to item number 6, public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on an item not on the agenda? Please step forward and introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Jean McComber. I represent District 3 for the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee, which you put in place in January of 2005 for the sole purpose of advising you regarding the needs of animals residing in our county. Without going into detail about how many other shelters we visited in the last 3+ years, which share similar demographics, let it be said that our shelter is at the bottom of all the ones on the list, regardless of what measurement you take, what yardstick you use. As an aside to that, the $250,000 mentioned last week as money to begin the effort of building a new facility, approximately $210,000 of that has already been spent on improvements to the deficient, totally unacceptable existing shelter. In the last few months, May, June, and July, you've received from us letters regarding the abysmal condition of the shelter, for which we've received no responses. In light of that fact, we are going to receive the required funds from the state for the jail, and I will read 2 of the letters to you. They're very short. We respectfully request that you consider the following concerns when determining budgetary allocations for this year and next year, which has already been done. We are extremely aware of the financial situation in this county, but would hope that monies could be found to alleviate a deplorable situation. The described situations exist at the animal shelter. 1. The existing shelter was built over 40 years ago and has not been well maintained, and therefore is in deplorable condition. Since the Sheriff's Department has taken over the operation of animal services, a few Band-Aids have been applied. These corrections have helped, but were only expected to last 3 to 5 years at most. There is a new jail in the works, as well as the abysmal condition of the existing facility, the jail. The rationale for the passage of the financing bond is the increase in county population, ergo the increase in crime and criminals. The same rationale applies to the increase in animal population. The present shelter, as well as being in disreputable condition, is too small for the present animal population. This is causing many animals to be killed. I use the word killed because that's what it is. Euthanasia is a medical term, and it applies to animals that are to be put down because of a health condition or behavior, horrible behavior. But what we do is every week we cause animals to be killed. And for no other reason that there's no more room. In spite of valiant efforts by the shelter employees and the volunteers, and they are terrific, they work very hard, it is almost impossible to keep a sanitary condition. When a disease is inadvertently introduced, the only means of true control is complete annihilation of the entire population, which has been done this year. At present, Animal Services is understaffed. There was to be another staff person added whose sole responsibility was to act as an enforcement officer for animal licensing, rabies enforcement, and general control of animals. While money was budgeted for it, this position would virtually pay for itself without increased revenue. It is hoped that this position will be maintained in the new budget. We appeal to you to consider the animals of this county, as is mandated by state law, as if they have no voice of their own. And the second letter, this is directly to Mr. Lawton. On behalf of the county and the board, but to Mr. Lawton. On behalf of the county's Domestic Animal Advisory Council, DAAC, I'm contacting you to remind you that Animal Services is in dire need of a new location for its sheltering services. As you negotiate contracts for use of county properties, please keep in mind that a suitable site for relocation is imperative. Ideally, the site would have easy access and good visibility for the public. It should be large enough to accommodate both domestic animals and livestock that are housed in the shelter. At this time, the Board of Supervisors is opposed to making any major investments in the current site, understandably. The situation is critical. Despite the best efforts of the Sheriff's Department and Animal Services, animals are being euthanized, killed, for lack of space, becoming ill due to overcrowding, and the public has a negative perception of the shelter. Moreover, California's Hayden Bill requires that counties maintain animal shelters that are both adequate for the needs of its animals and its residents. A new site cannot be determined at some vague future date. Only after a site is located can the county begin to consider how to move forward on plans, funding, and site development. Thank you for your consideration of this issue. The DAAC is looking forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Knapp from the Department of Public Works. I just wanted to give all of you an update on our household hazardous waste events. We wrapped up the 15th annual event over the weekend, and we had a huge turnout. Arnold, we had 259 cars in 4 hours, so we were very busy all day. We collected over 11 tons of hazardous waste. So I just wanted to, if any of you have any questions, I'll go ahead and let you email me, since we have a big crowd here and it seems like you guys will be very busy. So do you have anything specific you want me to answer right now?
Just for me, a compliment on this program, how well it's been received, and how more and more the public is participating, certainly in certain areas. It's been a very good program, and keep up the good work.
Yes, our participation was up everywhere except San Andreas. And I did do a memo to the board, and you guys will receive it after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dennis Downham. I just wanted to inform the board, and I'm sure that all of you are aware already, that last Thursday evening, after hours and hours and hours of spending time with our favorite people at the CSA board, they did fully fund our requested jail project. So I would think there is still some cleanup language that has to go through our legislature on AB 900. Depending on who you talk to, the governor says it's no big deal, we'll take care of it right away. Others are saying it may take a couple of months. So, but I feel confident at some point that cleanup language will be done. In the meantime, we've gone out with a RFQ on a project manager, and hopefully people can start seeing some progress as we move forward here. So I mean, it's been a long haul, but it looks like we're finally successful. And I do very much want to publicly thank Marita for kind of hanging with us there. We've drug her all over the country, and that's and Russ is here the last few months has been drug around a bit too. So that's I think we're looking good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My name is Al Segala. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, I have some comments on the general direction of planning and specifically some of the conversations from a previous meeting on the issue of smart growth. Now, smart growth has different meanings, and we're talking about the particular meaning used by the advocates of increasing governmental control in the community. So I have a letter, and attached to the letter is a Cato's letter, which is a report, Why Government Planning Always Fails. And that's an amazing discovery. And you may enjoy reading that. I'll have a copy for each of you when I finish my remarks. Dear supervisors, this is in response to recent board discussions regarding smart growth. We are attaching a report from the Cato Institute providing helpful information on this subject. We believe Supervisor Steve Wolinski is correct in stating that Calaveras County should learn from the planning failures of places from Los Angeles to San Jose. To those, we would add Oregon, the epicenter of smart growth. We find that smart growth is a misnomer for a very bad idea that has become a dangerous fad. Smart growth demands high density in residential areas. Los Angeles, which Supervisor Wolinski derides, is the densest city in the United States. Supervisor Russ Thomas is correct in saying that the relatively dense neighborhoods proposed by smart growth advocates would make the area look more like Southern California. It is doubtful that anyone in Calaveras County wants that. The city of San Jose has followed the smart growth fad for nearly 30 years. Many elegant old neighborhoods have been decimated by infill. The murder rate is disastrous, according to a recent San Jose Mercury News front page article. It is almost impossible to get about by automobile. The expensive light rail line carries fewer passengers than the buses did when the town was half its current size. Surely we do not want to become like San Jose. The smart growth reports from Oregon are even grimmer. The cost to taxpayers higher and the damage to private property rights unacceptable. We recommend that you reject the smart growth concept and instead enact an ordinance that simply prevents destructive acts and establishes reasonable human minimum standards to be met before qualifying building permits or approving developments. The planning and building departments will then run themselves with a minimum of oversight. That was approved by our board, and thank you, and I'll give you the copy.
Thank you. Francine.
Good morning. Francine Osborne, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I wanted to share with the board, yesterday we had our Health Benefits Committee meeting, and it's the first time we actually had tremendous participation from all of county employees. We had a representative from CSAC, EIA Health there, and I wanted to share with the board some new programs as part of that health program, our utilization report, and our new rates. And this comes as a reminder, as in 2 weeks we will begin our annual open enrollment. So that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call.
Want to give us a quick summary of the new rates? Are we doing okay?
Actually, we're doing great. We have no increase for dental this year. We have a 2-year pass for vision with some increased benefits, and our health increase this year comes in at 3.78 with the trend currently running 10 to 14%. Actually, Calaveras County, when you look at the utilization report, there's a couple of things we can do better, but this is the first year in the program. Calaveras and Amador have sort of been the smaller counties that have been penalized for our bad claims, and we actually were rewarded this year. And a lot of it has to do with participation with employees, educating them, letting them know about the mail-in pharmacy. What you'll see there are some new programs that have to do with managing your health care. If an employee or their family has asthma, diabetes, there's lots of programs here where they catch it on the front end. And we also partnered with the hospital this year for a lot of the free testing, so it allowed employees to catch diseases and illnesses early. And so what you'll see there is a lot of hard work for the last 3 years in collaboration of everybody to bring these rates down. Our second year in the program, our proposed increase was supposed to be 45% because of bad claims. So we're very proud, and this comes obviously at a good time with the economic condition. So the employees, the 3.78 I think is somewhere around $12 a pay period increase. So
I think it's fair to say that's the best economic news we've had in a year.
yeah. Once in a while I have good news. So
Don't get complacent.
Yes. Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ron Randall. Live in Valley Springs. I come today to talk about the bike path that's in progress right now in Valley Springs, and to criticize it somewhat. To start with, the bike path from the school to the ballpark, it sounds pretty good. But when you look at it, at what if this is supposed to be for the kids, it really doesn't stand up for anything. There's 450 students approximately in Valley Springs Elementary, K through 6. Of those, 30 of those kids live in town. The other 420 are all bused to that school. There's one bike rack at the Valley Springs Elementary School that holds 16 bicycles if they're standing up straight. Yesterday in that bike rack there was 0 bikes. And today in that bike rack there is 0 bikes. I think that's quite a bit of money to be spending for 30 in-town kids. It also creates some other problems there. I think you're going to raise the rate somewhat for all VSPUD ratepayers by covering the lines that are in those streets with pavement, which in order to fix a leak we're going to have to be dug up, dug through, repaired. And the approximately 400 ratepayers at VSPUD will pick up that bill for tearing this bicycle path up. If I was a parent in town, I would not let my kids ride on this bike path. To start with, there's too much traffic on Daphne Street. There are too many strangers that travel that road, and the rest of the streets in town have less traffic on it. Let's see, at the other end of this bike path that starts close to the school, we have some temporary ball fields that I know that piece of property they've been trying to subdivide that for a while. I did hear that maybe they might use that piece of property for mitigation for another project, but it's not going from the school to the ballpark because the ballpark probably won't be there. Also, CCWD, I believe, bought 65 or 85 acres closer to the downtown behind many warehouses there. That's what their plan was to use that for spray field, flood protection, and baseball diamonds. So I don't know if this is what you really had in mind for this bike path. My biggest gripe about this whole project is the four-way stop that's going to go in at Rose Street, if that's correct, and that's just rumor, what I hear. There's no reason to have a four-way stop there. That make every citizen who drives from Valley Springs to Campo Seco to Paloma, anybody that uses that path probably lives in Rancho and drives to go to work in Amador County. They'll have to stop there every trip they make. Where I live, approximately 1.5 miles north of town there, I probably make 4 round trips a day through there. We'll stop at that stop sign 8 times a day at that four-way stop. And there's no traffic coming the other way. If this four-way stop is just so these bicyclists can get from one side of the street to the other side of the street, that's a big price to pay for stopping maybe 1,000 or 2,000 cars before they even see a bicycle at that intersection. Let's see. I guess the only other thing I have here that I would say, if this project stands as it is, maybe you could add a brass memorial on which your names could be inscribed, so that we, the people, could be reminded every time we stop for your great plan. Thank you. I'd say something that would be a little bit more serious to me, too. I know you guys know they're proposing this red-legged frog habitat again, and I also know that this board took no position on it last time, but I think that we have, and also know that the only person who did write a letter to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was Bill Claudino, stating his views on it, personal views, not the board's views. But we have some time in September, I think, to sometime in September. Maybe it's October, I don't know. Anyway, we have to.
I think you have till near the end of October, Ron.
By when?
I think it's near the end of October.
Okay. If you do want to have a hearing on it, and I would suggest that might be something you might do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron, how large would that plaque be?
I didn't hear you.
How large would that plaque be?
Big enough so your names would be in plain sight. So we can thank you every time we stop.
Would anybody else like to speak under public comment?
I think you might have to have 4 plaques, one for each entrance to the four-way stop.
Okay, all right.
My name is Rosemary Wilson, and I live in McCallamy Hill. Sarah Johnson is an Amador resident, and she has her service animal here today because I'd like to follow up on a meeting that was held actually in June. I sent an email to Steve and various of the county employees in August, and again last Thursday, and I haven't received a response from anybody to find out what the status of the action items are that were agreed to in mid-June. What I'm talking about, to bring people up to date here, is an issue that Sarah Johnson and I faced in May, actually on Mother's Day, when we went into my favorite restaurant and were refused service, ordered to leave, simply because we had the service animal, Tai Chi, with us. We both have Parkinson's disease or Parkinsonism, and Sarah has a service animal. We were surprised that that had happened, because a few weeks or a month or so prior to that, we did enter the very same restaurant, and we were questioned by the staff, but we managed to convince them that chai tea was a service animal, and we were served. Sarah wrote to the Better Business Bureau and complained, and a little while afterwards, so the owner of this restaurant responded to Better Business Bureau, and that was subsequently forwarded, of course, back to Sarah and then to the people in the county we met with. That person's response was that he felt the bottom line of about a 6-page letter was that he was doing nothing wrong, and he intended and would continue to do as he had done with us, and that was to bar service animals from the establishment, with one exception that he had followed up with county staff. We were never able to determine whether it was environmental health or public health. And the response that he got from the county was that only seeing eye dogs with certification would be allowed in restaurants, which we know not to be correct. So after we had not got any joy from the restaurant owner of the Better Business Bureau, I suggested Sarah contact Steve, and Steve was very concerned and invited us to the county and held meetings with staff, Colleen Tracy from Public Health, Brian Moss, and his manager, Jason. I forget his last name. And we then met with Janice Elliott at the County Council's office. And each person we met with nodded their heads so very hard at all of the suggestions that Steve Walensky proposed. But only Janice Elliott and County Council, working through the IT manager, carried out what she said. Thank you, Janice, once again. And that was to post the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Frequently Asked Questions Regarding Service Animals, on the county website. Now, I followed up in August, and I got no response. I followed up last Thursday and got no response. And the action items were that Brian and Steve were to meet with the owner of the cafe and give the owner a heads up as to, what the person had been doing was wrong. Environmental health was to send notification regarding ADA and service animals to all businesses open to the public, and I'm not sure what happened to that. County employees were to be trained because it didn't make any sense to conduct, as I think Steve had said, a witch hunt to try and figure out who had actually told the owner only seeing eye dogs were to be allowed. And after that, there was to be a meeting with the cafe owners, and Sarah and I, as Steve had said, around a country table, as country people do, to try and get some understanding communicated to the owners so that it wouldn't happen again. The ironic thing was that after we had spent about 2.5 hours or so that afternoon we wanted to have Sarah and I wanted to have a burger, something to eat, and happened to choose another small burger breakfast establishment, this time in Bill Claudino's district in San Andreas. And there we were served, but we were served and ordered to sit out of sight of any other customers in case the other customers would complain that we had a dog in the restaurant. Even more strange was the fact that there were no other customers in the restaurant when we walked in until the time we left. So I think it's a serious thing. I know we've had those two instances, and I would not be surprised. In fact, someone else has told me, but I don't want to go into specifics, that a similar series of things has happened to someone who lives in Tom Tryon's district down in Angels Camp. But I was not involved in those situations, so I don't really want to speak to them. But I think it would be not asking, well, just asking some respect if I sent an email after 6, 7, 8 weeks, let's say 6 weeks, requesting a status report on a meeting that the county and Steve were so anxious to put in place. They were nodding their heads in agreement wholeheartedly, and then not to hear anything. Maybe I sent the email to too many people, and everyone else thought everyone else was going to respond. But I shortened the recipient list on Thursday, and I still haven't got a response, and I'm afraid that's why I'm here. And I don't like bringing these things up, but this is an important thing, I think. If you have a service animal and you want to go eat somewhere, or you have a friend with a service animal you want to go eat, you don't really want to be wondering before you walk in the door, now, are they going to let us in? What questions are they going to ask? It should not be that way, and Janice Elliott's opinion was that it shouldn't be that way either. So I thank you, and I would very much like to know what has been done, the monies that would be required in order to carry out these items, principally the training and the mailing. Steve volunteered to come out of his supervisor's fund, so it wasn't going to be a county, an additional expense on the county, as far as I understood. So I'd very much like a response either now or at some other time. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to reiterate, given the audience today, that the ADA is very clear on this topic. And while I do believe that there's been some follow-up to the meeting in terms of notification of restaurants and other public businesses, and that there have been staff briefings as well, I want to make sure that you get a formal response and would ask that administration provide that in a timely way. Meanwhile, I do want members of this audience and people watching on television to understand that this was a law passed long ago, and there have been plenty of court rulings and case law that's been developed around this, and that companion dogs are an accepted part of ADA compliance, which businesses need to accommodate. So I would assume that we will have a formal response. I do believe we have one last thing to do in this evolution, which is for the three of us to go have lunch at the original establishment, and I would like to get a date for that.
Thank you. It's just not knowing and waiting long enough so that something should have been done, and then following up and not hearing from anyone, either those people that it was formally addressed to, nor those that were copied. Just didn't seem like it was proper. And there are on the website, on the internet, various examples of what has happened in terms of agreements between the offending establishments and Department of Justice in terms of what various restaurants have been required to do. So it is there are some high penalties for failing to abide by the ADA service animal ruling. And then when you see the service animal, how could you not like this little fellow? Thank you.
That's not much of a threat.
Hi, I'm Sarah Johnson. I'm the founder and director of Proactive Parkinson's Project. We work extensively with people with PD and other neurological disorders in Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne County. The good news is the San Andreas Movers and Shakers, it's not our fault, support group, still meets the first Tuesday of every month, but has moved to the Central Library from 10 to 12. Another good news is we'll hope to see you at Mark Twain St. Joseph Health Fair this coming Saturday. And the bad news is it's humiliating as well as unlawful to be screamed at to get the hell out of a business where federal law requires admission of service dogs. They are allowed to ask me if I'm disabled. They are allowed to ask me if the animal is a service animal. They are not allowed any other questions. If I say it's a service animal, it is. He has ID, but not every service animal does. It's completely unacceptable. We had incidents in 2 restaurants in Calaveras, and in 2 more, I was asked to leave, and I wouldn't do it. This tells me that the population who should know these federal and state laws, which were passed eons ago, knows nothing about them or disregards them. But the worst news of all is it allows the people who are breaking the law to pay no consequences, not even a slap on the hand. We didn't even get an apology. We got BS with the owner saying, I did the right thing and I intend to keep doing it. So please help us educate public businesses in Calaveras to the American with Disabilities Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public on items not on the agenda? In that case, we will move to item number 7, discussion and possible action regarding claim for refund. This is a composition of the Calaveras Child Care Council membership for 2008. I believe there's a representative of the council here before us today.
Good morning. Kerry Williams with the Calaveras Child Care Council. Just one correction on, I know on the request there it says it's labeled LPC membership, and what we're here to do this morning is to look at the Calaveras Child Care Needs Assessment for 2008.
So right. There did seem to be a disconnect between the content before us and the agenda topic.
I apologize for that. It's I overlooked it. One little page and small little writing, but you do have before you the executive summary for the 2008 Child Care Needs Assessment with projections through 2013 and 2018. Let me start by the Calaveras Child Care Council, which is the mission of the council is to support the development of affordable, accessible child care, which promotes the success of all children, their families, and the economy in our community. The Child Care Council of Calaveras is a collaboration of consumers, service providers, and public agencies and other community representatives working together to assess and coordinate the delivery of quality child care services and programs. The Calaveras Child Care Council is funded by the California Department of Education and is a public council that reports to the Board of Supervisors and the County Superintendent of Schools. Every 5 years, the Child Care Council, at a minimum of every 5 years, conducts an assessment of child care needs. This study, which is submitted for your approval, meets the requirements as specified in the Education Code. Otherwise, this information that gathered during the needs assessment shall include, but is not limited to, data on supply, demand, cost, and market rates for each category of child care in the county. This needs assessment is an update from the 2003 needs assessment and provides a comprehensive forecast of future child care demand along with the current assessment of child care supply and demand as of 2008 and is presented by planning areas, which there are 10. We collapsed from the 2003 needs assessment. Railroad Flat and McCollum Hill was collapsed into one planning area, primarily because the data from those areas, one, is hard to get by zip code. Secondly, some data is suppressed for confidentiality reasons. Therefore, McCollum Hill did not show a lot of kids, as well as Railroad Flat. But we collapsed that into one single planning area. The study is primarily a compilation of existing data and analysis of the current status of children for 2008 with projections for 2013 and 2018 by age and location when available. The focus of the 2008 needs assessment is primarily on child care supply and demand and overall growth. This information will be used for future planning of general child care services for infant care, preschool, and after-school care. One of the areas in which the report focuses on is on growth, on demand and supply. Overall growth has been projected to occur in both Copperopolis and Valley Springs. Also, one of the areas that I want to highlight to you in this report that we've discovered is that child care as a percent of total population has significantly decreased since from 14.8% in 2000 to 10.5% in 2008, and this is according to Department of Finance projections, projected forecasts. This has very strong implications not only for child care planning but as well as school planning. Overall, the next 10 years, children as a percent of population will only increase to only 12.3% in Calaveras. Nevertheless, we still need to plan for future child care services because growth in population will occur, like I said, in areas in Copperopolis and Valley Springs. For the next term, however, this growth is tempered by the housing slowdown and mortgage crisis and whatever the next shoe may fall. Therefore, we've adjusted the county's population employment forecast for the next 5 years by half, or 50%, less than the growth projected by county transportation staff, which a lot of our data has come from regarding looking at population projections. In terms of supply, the county currently has about 1,331 child care spaces, which are located primarily in San Andreas and Valley Springs. San Andreas, for the obvious reasons that this is an employment center, particularly for county jobs, and as well Calaveras Unified School District and Head Start have programs serving in the area in San Andreas. And San Andreas may appear to have an overall high surplus of child care, particularly when it comes to looking at demand. what we look at in terms of planning for child care is we try to meet the needs of child care, the family needs for child care near employment centers. The other thing we look at in terms of planning for child care is household income and also cost. And in the future, the household income, 13,000 to 14,000 families will have household incomes below the median income for Calaveras County. But over the next 10 years, when we look at the cost of child care costs anywhere from the low about $90 per week for school-age care to over $200 per week for infant care. The costs vary slightly between types of facilities and providers, but the variation costs are not significant. This is very, when we look at not only a shortage, the forecast for the need for child care is in the area of infant and toddler care. We have a huge shortage of spaces for infant and toddler care. At the same time, the cost for infant and toddler care is much higher than any other cost for child care services. We also looked at the ethnicity breakdown. There has been a shift in ethnicity in Calaveras County. The county will experience shift in ethnicity and race of children from 2008 to 2018. Over this period, whites as a percent of total population will decline from 84% to 79%. Hispanic will rise to about 15%. Why is this important? We're looking at the child care services of ethnic groups, and particularly those with limited English speaking. So what we're looking at now is that the number of children speaking Spanish as their first language will shift as well. This will have implications for planning in school planning and child care services. Subsidized care. There's subsidized care is provided through programs in CalWorks. There is a central eligibility list, and in your report you'll see something that says CEL, which stands for the Centralized Eligibility List. Parents receiving TANF or other assisted employment assistance or receiving services from CalWorks are on this centralized eligibility list. People that receive subsidized child care are on this list, as well as those kids or those families that meet the income eligibility requirements for Head Start. This list is a list that right now the average wait time for this list averages from anywhere from 2 to 2.5 months. This may not seem by much, but for families who are in need of child care, what generally happens is this length of time can be the difference between taking a job or not. We want to look at this particular area and try to reduce the wait time for families seeking employment. The bottom line for this report we're beginning to look at is that the access to child care, as we have identified in previous years, continues to be a barrier and a challenge for most working families in Calaveras County. Among some of our recommendations, as you will see in the report, one is that, and something that we've been advocating for some time, is that the local planning council, the child care council, should work with public decision makers that in the planning department and local developers to ensure that child care is considered during the planning and entitlement process. We think that this will expand services for child care services in the future for families, particularly in areas where there's an increase in population, where there's a larger new residential development. At this point, I think I'll close. On this note, if you have any questions, please, I'm here to answer any questions. The report in its entirety, the full report, as well as appendices and profile, we have each plan and area, which is closely related to each supervisory area. There are profiles in this report, and these profiles are located on the Calaveras Child Care webpage. So you can actually, if you're interested in your particular district, You may pull that profile by district from that page without having to go to the full report. So it's very accessible to you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes, Russ.
Carrie, about a year and a half ago, we were trying to solve a problem in Copperopolis, and we were talking to a developer about a potential site and everything. Can you give me sorry I haven't had a chance to talk to you, but are we still in somewhat of a crisis mode in Copperopolis?
Not at the moment. We're talking about a Head Start site that lost its previous location when the County Office of Education needed more space for, I believe it was kindergarten space at the elementary school there, which Head Start was using. They subsequently, as you know, we met with a local developer to look at a piece of land that they were offering, and two things have happened since then. One, the Head Start relocated to a church site in Copperopolis, and that seems to be working out very well for them right now. Okay. De Novo Homes, as you know, because of the current housing crisis, has certainly shifted their business. Their business has really gone down, and so that's the status of that particular project right now. That one Head Start site. However, I think in the future we still want to look at, as new development continues to occur in Copperopolis, we want to continue to sit down and talk to specific developers. One in particular that we would like to sit down and talk to, that we can look at the total number of units that are being developed if we can't create a single child care center that can serve a lot of those new residential homes that are being proposed for the next 20, 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Marita.
Mr. Williams, on page 5 of your summary, the paragraph, I'm interested in that last sentence. Development agreements would be useful mechanism for addressing child care issues, especially if the development agreements are already being negotiated for projects. Could you please expand on that? That's a very significant statement, because development agreements are not a required tool in planning.
No, they're not, but there are. This is taken from experience from other areas and other counties that have often used development agreements to work out. As you know, development agreements, you enter into that agreement, it is specifically for that development. It doesn't make a precedence for future developments. There are no development agreements that I know of right now in Calaveras County with any specific development.
Yes, we have some, but there's not any proposed. We have some development agreements already in effect.
Mm-hmm.
So
those I'm not familiar with those, but we can use those frequently to work with the developer. Pardon me?
Extract something from the developer. So I guess what I'm asking you is, what do you see that looking like? That they have a child care center on site in that specific subdivision?
Specifically, that's one way to look at it. They can
that would service that subdivision.
Right. We've had conversations. We're still in conversations with a developer in Valley Springs to create in the future that when that development occurs, although that's right now a conversation. There's no specific development agreement, but we would look at developing the developer would create a shell. Develop the shell, and we would come in with a provider to do the interior design, as well as looking at the design for the center based on a number of spaces and also playground spaces. But the developer would only provide the shell, and that's just the building itself and the plumbing and electrical.
And the land.
And the real estate.
Land. And that would be used primarily to serve that, not only that residential area, but any other area outside that. There are different ways you can approach that. That residential area could be allocated X number of spaces, but you don't want to limit it to just that one residential area in case there's a vacancy problem.
I'm sure there would be.
I'm sure.
At the cost of the houses that are being built where we have development agreements? Absolutely.
Right. One of the advantages for us to do that with a developer is that one thing we give them is a marketing advantage where they can market to families that they will be providing child care on the development. Secondly, we provide technical services on the development of child care as well as the financing of the child care. We wouldn't expect the developer to finance the design and for the child care center, or also provide for the operations that would have to come from other revenues.
I mean, I relied heavily on the Child Care Council when I moved here, so I'm very empathetic. I just was really looking, when I saw this, it was kind of a, what does that look like, since it's such an optional, it really doesn't get us where we need to go in terms of child care resources, with the exception of zoning, especially since it's optional. I was interested in your thoughts. Thank you.
We have models of those different types of development agreements throughout the state of California. If you're interested, we can get them to you, show you how the different ways that it works.
Thank you.
On a somewhat less significant matter, but related, last Friday I had an opportunity to be the reader of the day at the Jenny Lind Head Start program, and I want to heartily recommend that experience to anybody in the audience or on my colleagues. It was delightful, a great program, and nice to see the operation.
I concur. I spend my lunches with Head Start. Any time that they serve peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, they invite me over.
All right.
My PB&J day.
Okay. Any motions on the minute order?
So moved.
Second.
There's motion to second. Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 8. This is a discussion and possible action regarding a claim for refund of overpaid property taxes by Margaret Jensen, overseer of Pearl Gates of Heaven Ministries.
Good morning, Chairman Walensky and other members of the board. I'm here today with Margaret Jensen. I'm Steve Arola, and she's applying for a property tax refund concerning her 217 acres over in Vallecito area. I do have some handouts to pass today if I could do that.
Yes.
And while we're passing those out and taking a look at that, I've asked Mrs. Jensen just to give a little historical background about her property and how it's being used.
Excuse me, are these things being presented items that are not already in our record?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, board. I just guess I can start just from where God called me to do this. I was in Israel, and he called me to serve him, and my first message was to tell people to listen, and that I could no longer be passive. If I seen something that was not correct, that I needed to get involved. And then I got the message that we were to take the gospel to the world, the Great Commission in the Bible. And so that's what we have been doing. I've been called to several countries where I have gone. We've distributed Bibles, taken food, taken clothing, and we've prayed over the different areas. So we are a house of prayer, but also we formed the ministry in order to do what God has called us to do. And also not just to spread the word and evangelize and get Bibles out and to get his word out, but also to take the property that I own and to put that into the ministry where it would be perpetually kept as such, and it was to make the Bible come alive. So we have gone into the property. We've made trails. We've put up statues. We've put up scriptures. Anything that would help for people to be more in tune with what God is doing, to see the nature. When Jesus prayed, he did not, pray in the temple. He taught in the temple. But when he really went to pray to be with his Father, he went out into the Garden of Gethsemane or into the wilderness, away from the people, where he could be quiet. And the Bible says to be still and know that I am God. And so we've devoted the whole property, with the exception of the rentals, which eventually will be housing for missionaries or pastors or somebody that is coming. We've taken in guests from different countries. They've been personal guests in my home. We've had people come from all over the world out there to our ministries, and they've taken tours. And many have accepted Jesus as a result of it.
Now, Mrs. Jensen, you actually have dedicated your property, correct?
Yes, I have.
For use of the biblical gardens?
Yes.
And what have you done to develop your property in the ways that you've indicated here to the board today? What have you installed? What have you built on the properties themselves?
Oh, can I get that map?
Sure. And for the board's edification, copies of this map are attached to your handouts today, and you can see that on page 2, I believe that is.
We've cleared a lot of areas. We have a fellowship hall and a chapel that we put there. We also have have made several trails. And along the trails there are scriptures, like we have a peace walk where we would have scriptures about the Holy Spirit and the peace of God. Actually, most of the trails attributed to the God's nature, His peace, His love, He sends His blessings. So we have an area that we walk clear up to the top. Okay, down here is there's scriptures up there about the ascension of Jesus into heaven on the Mount of Olives. So the first thing that we did was to put up a cross. And we've had several comments about people that have looked upon the cross. Many things are not so much as that you have to touch them or be there, but just viewing them. We had a 92-year-old man who lost his home, and I took him out and put him in one of my cabins. And he told me that he'd seen Jesus on the cross. And he just told me his whole life was changed, his meaning was changed, everything.
And you actually have groups of people who utilize these trails and to visit the cross and these other interest spots?
And we've actually held services up under the cross. We've held services up here around the house. We've had services down by the little lake down there by the pond. And just about all over we have. We have an amphitheater where we have a stage set up, where we've been hosting a National Day of Prayer. We do outreaches, and in the state, we're an outdoor church for the most part. Whenever possible, if the weather permits, we hold our services outside. We do alternatives to Halloween. We do host different prayer groups. Pray California, Tuolumne County Intercessors, Moms in Touch.
They utilize the entire property, not just the buildings. Is that what you're saying,
right.
Mrs. Jensen? Okay.
Yes. And we do walks. We do actually guided tour walks if people want us to. Some people just ask that they can just come out and just have their service out there. They bring their Bibles and they just have their own service, do their own. We do counseling. We've had baptisms in the pond. We've had weddings out there. So now, we do utilize the whole property.
Other than religious purposes, is this property used for any other purposes, economic or otherwise?
No.
Do you grow crops on the property?
No.
And do you have any agricultural uses of the property?
No.
No? And you're asking that the board find that the property is being used exclusively for religious purposes?
That's correct.
Except for your main residence, which is on the property, correct?
Right, and the rentals.
And there's 2 rentals?
4.
for rentals. And actually, those rentals are used, the income is used to run the ministry?
Yes.
I see. And now, you have 217 acres, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the assessor has given you a partial exemption for one of the parcels, correct?
Yes.
And that a partial exemption consists of 10 acres.
That's correct.
And the 2 of the outbuildings, correct?
Yes.
And you're asking for the board to grant you an exemption under the religious exemption of the Revenue and Taxation Code for the entire property?
That's correct.
Except for your personal residence and the rentals?
That's correct.
That's correct? Okay. For the board's information, we've included a copy of the Revenue and Taxation Code that is verbatim, and I would point you to that. And it says religious exemption. Property used for religious purposes, property used exclusively for religious purposes shall be exempt from taxation. Well, you don't have to go into too much detail or depth to know what religious purposes are. We're not here today to determine what a religious organization is, what a church is. That's not part of what we're here for today. The assessor has already determined that this organization meets those kinds of qualifications. What we're asking the board today is to determine that all of the property that she owns and utilizes is for religious purposes. And if you read the plain meaning of Section 207, we feel that this property falls within that religious exemption, and therefore it all should be exempted. Now, we do have some other witnesses today who are willing to come before the board and tell the board that they have utilized aspects of this property. They have been to Jacob's Well, they've been to the gardens, they've been up to the cross, et cetera, and et cetera. And I don't want to get into too much cumulative testimony, but I would certainly happy to go there. If you read her materials there and you review the map, I think that you can kind of get a sense of what's going on there, and that this property has been dedicated for religious purposes. Questions?
Mr. Chair, since this is not a procedure that the board's accustomed to, can I make just a suggestion?
Yes, I was going to ask you to frame the legal question before us.
Before we embark on a lot of witnesses, I'd suggest that the board accept Mr. Arola's representation just for the moment, that the truthfulness of what his witnesses would say, and then go on to decide if it's relevant really to the discussion. And in that regard, I think David Sirius is prepared to describe what the issues are that the board needs to address, and then I think the board can decide what evidence is relevant to that question.
Yes, as you know, I tend to conduct the broadest type of hearing, but I will be advised by counsel on this.
I'm sorry?
We're going to ask our Deputy County Counsel, David Sirius, to come and try to frame the legal issue for the board and then proceed. And we'll premise further process and order of business on this discussion.
You always call me if you bring the bad news, huh? The problem... That was a nice presentation. It was a very nice presentation. If there's 3 exemptions, there's the welfare exemption, there's the parking and church exemption, and then there's the religious exemption that covers the other parts of the property. For the welfare exemption, you have to be a 501c corporation, which they're not, so that's why they're not going under that exemption. If they were a 501c and they did apply under that exemption, that'd probably be proof enough. But that's not what they're going under. They're going under 207 of the Revenue and Tax Code, which is the religious exemption. And Mr. Arola did quote the first sentence of the statute, which is correct, but the second sentence of the statute is the one that controls. And it says property owned and operated by a church. His property is not owned by a church. It's owned by an individual. So any kind of discussion about the use of the property is irrelevant. So until they show that they own the property as a church, there's not a whole lot of discretion that you have.
Can you, are you in receipt of the documentation that we were given at the outset of this? There's a section roughly in the middle of it, a dedication. Can you just...
I haven't seen that.
All right. I would ask you to take a quick look at this and give us some advice. It's just one page, or a little less than that.
He's looking at a different page.
What page are you looking at?
It says dedication.
Dedication.
Third page.
Third page, maybe.
Yeah, that's not a deed, Steve. That's not...
Right. I'm just asking you to comment on this as it relates to the question of ownership.
Yeah. So until they transfer that property back into the church-owned property, you're going to be coming back every year and saying no. So they either got to go to the welfare exemption, or transfer the title again back into the church ownership, and then they're in business. But until then, you really have no choice but to deny it.
Can you give me some help, or give the board some help in determining what kinds of transactions? It's only transfer of deed, and if the transfer of deed goes to something calling itself a church, what's the difference? How do you... Or if somebody owns a property and becomes a church?
I think it used to be in the church. I think title was held in a church capacity before, but not anymore.
All right. But if this is hypothetical because we haven't had any testimony or presentation yet on this question, but just assuming that, let's say somebody just has a property, finds a calling and in a religious mode and decides to become a church. How does one distinguish a church from individual ownership? What are the mechanisms by which somebody might do that and be recognized in law?
They can establish a church. The government would... There's certain criteria that the feds have for recognition of a church. The paperwork is not going to prove it up. There are other things that are going to be necessary to prove that up. But again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I'm talking about today. For the years that are at issue here, we're talking about individually owned property. 207 talks about church-owned property. This is not church-owned property. That exception doesn't apply. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Wait a minute, David. I have a couple questions for you. David, if you look at the title, it says religious exemption, property used for religious purposes. And then the first sentence says property used exclusively for religious purposes shall be exempt from taxation.
Correct.
Why do you think that is conditioned on the next sentence, which is basically dealing with schools?
No. Property owned and operated by a church and used for religious worship. That's the ballgame right there. Sentence number 2, not sentence number 1.
Well, why?
Because that's the religious worship is the exemption.
Well, I don't know. It says property used for religious purposes. It doesn't say religious worship. In the first sentence, it says property used exclusively for religious purposes shall be exempt from taxation. That to me is pretty clear. I don't know why you view the second sentence as conditioning the first.
The next sentence is actually a definition of what is used for religious purposes. It says property owned by a church and used for these various things listed. And if you read at the end of the sentence, it says shall be deemed to be used exclusively for religious purposes.
The State Board of Equalization already did this. They went through their analysis. You have a copy of their analysis. They kicked it back to you guys because legally you guys have to make the decision as well. Again, all I'm telling you is that the state's analysis was pretty thorough and there was nothing wrong with it. So it's unfortunately your hands are somewhat tied until other things happen in future years that will change the outcome.
Okay, David, what in your legal opinion would need to happen on that property for this exemption to be valid?
Like I said, their offer of proof is probably adequate of used exclusively for religious worship. They're probably going to be able to prove that up, but they don't hold title in the right way. They need to change the title. They need to change the deed to having that property owned by a church.
So, David, what you're saying is that they need to change how the title is held, possibly, that the property is going to be owned by the church on their deed, or go to the
or they can
welfare exemption and go to a 501(c)(3).
Bingo.
Either way.
Either way.
Why a welfare exemption? Why does the welfare exemption apply here?
It could apply.
Could if they would do it.
It could apply if they did it.
Why?
Because that's what the law says, that they have the ability to go under that exemption as well.
But they would have to be a 501c.
But they have to be a 501c. And the thing is that the 501c will only be granted by the feds. And maybe the feds won't give it to them. Speculation.
Okay, Mr. Jones,
Can I be heard?
Absolutely.
Janice Elliott, County Counsel's Office. I actually today represent the assessor, not you. I'd like to clarify a little bit. First of all, you understand this is a claim for refund. This is not an assessment appeal. The assessor does not actually even have to participate today, and your action today will not influence the assessor's actions in the future. If, in fact, the assessor assesses the property the same next year, they'll have to file another claim for refund. I'm going to make that clear, that your actions do not direct the assessor. Total authority on how to assess this property on this particular issue lies with the assessor. However, I want to add to the legal argument because I think there's a few nuances that were missed here. First of all, the assessor did grant a partial exemption to the property. There are 3 revenue and taxation code sections at issue here. I don't know what you have in front of you because I did not get a copy of the packet, but
Section 207.
Okay, there are actually 3 exemptions here. Revenue and Taxation Code 206, which is called the Church Exemption Code, the 207 that you're looking at, and the Welfare Exemption, which is Revenue and Taxation Code 214. In your packet that was prepared by Mr. Sirius, you'll see that there are 2 State Board of Legalization letters that were drafted for the claimant here. And that's actually a pretty good example of what the law actually says. All 3 of these exemptions flow from the California Constitution, and they are limited by the language in the California Constitution. For example, Revenue and Taxation Code 206, the church exemption, basically is limited to buildings. It flows from the California Constitution, which says the following are exempt from property taxation: buildings, land on which they are situated, and equipment used exclusively for religious purpose. That is the partial exemption that was granted to the claimant. 207, which we've gone over the language, property used exclusively for religious purposes shall be exempt from taxation, property owned and operated by a church and used for religious worship, preschool purposes, etc. That language also flows from Section 3 and Section 4 of the California Constitution. And you'll note that what the State Board of Equalization said, which is also what the assessor is following, is that Section 207 authorizes an exemption for property owned by a church and used exclusively by the church to conduct its religious worship, and operates its schools of less than collegiate grade. Thus, the religious exemption is available to a church that owns its own property and conducts religious worship on the property, or conducts religious worship on the property and operates its own school of less than collegiate grade. The State Board of Equalization interprets Section 207 as not expanding
on what the California Constitution says. It says the creation of a religious exemption by this act will allow any church to file either for the church exemption or the religious exemption. A church which operates a church school, which formerly had to file a church exemption for the church property and a welfare exemption for the school portion of the property, will henceforth be able to file a religious exemption for the entire property. Thus, the legislative intent in enacting Section 207 was to provide a simplified claims process for churches that conduct religious worship and also operate schools on their properties, and was not intended to expand the tax exemption for properties which do not qualify for the church exemption under Section 206 or the welfare exemption under 214. Thus, both 206 and 207 are limited both by the legislative intent and the California Constitution to buildings and land around those buildings used for church worship. And that is what the assessor relied on in granting the partial exemption. Revenue and Taxation Code 214, the welfare exemption, is a much broader exemption, and I think what Mr. Sears was referring to is that if the entire property is found to be used for religious worship, it could qualify for the welfare exemption under Revenue and Taxation Code 214, and I'll defer to the assessor on that particular issue. But in order to qualify for that, you have to go through the State Board of Equalization and get a letter. They actually have a list of all the agencies on their website that have qualified, and unfortunately this particular agency and or entity, because it is held as Margaret Jensen, overseer of the entity, has not qualified for that letter. You'll see the State Board of Equalization recommended that they apply for that particular letter that you can get from the State Board of Equalization, and then they would be eligible for potentially the welfare exemption. So it's the assessor's position that the only thing that they qualify under 206 and 207 are the buildings used for religious purposes and the land around the buildings, which is where the 5 acres for each of the buildings came from. That was sort of a generous grant of an area around the buildings. And that flows from the Constitution, which clearly says it's the buildings and the land around the buildings that are used for that particular building. So it's not currently how title is held, although it is held as Margaret Jensen, overseer of the property. So it's not held as a 501c3 corporate entity. It's held as a corporation sole, which doesn't qualify. So without giving any advice to the claimant, the issue is to go deal with that issue and go apply for a welfare exemption under 214. So that's the assessor's
Wait a minute, I have a question for you. If the assessor has found that the exemption for the building and the land around the building, which is also used for, I guess, religious purposes, qualifies for the exemption, why can't you just basically say as being all the land there, the 217 acres is used for religious purposes, why can't you just define the 218 or 217 acres as being around the religious buildings?
Because that's not the legislative intent of 206 or 207. It's not what the State Board of Equalization holds, and it's not what the cases hold. The only case that I've heard in any of the records is the Christward Ministry case, and that was a nonprofit that qualified for a Revenue and Taxation Code welfare exemption under 214. So they're just following the laws that currently exist.
Another hypothetical case, but I'm interested in it. Let's say it's a pantheist church. Had a small shack to meet, and their religion was nature all around it. What would the legislative intent inform us in relation to that?
Exactly the same thing. It's not the type of religion, it's the building in which they use exclusively for religious purposes, and the land around the building, which is limited by both the legislative intent, the State Board of Equalization interpretation, and case law interpretation.
But if the religion worships nature, and nature is their house of God, how would the legislative intent keep that deeply religious conviction outside of their definition?
It isn't. That's not the issue here. If you look at Revenue and Taxation Code 214, the welfare exemption, it says property used exclusively for religious purposes owned and operated by, and there's the issue there, community trust funds, foundations, limited liability companies, or corporations organized and operated for religious purposes, is exempt from taxation. It's not limited to the use of buildings. It's property used for religious purposes, or even all other charitable purposes. For example, at one point, there's communications that this was used as a retreat. That could potentially qualify also. It's a much broader exemption. It just has procedural steps that must be followed that are not within the realm of the county to cure. You have to go to the State Board of Equalization under the law.
All right, thank you. All right, so my presumption based on the both deputy counsel's advice is that we are now in a limited, or you're recommending a limited hearing in relation to whether this is a qualifying church and whether the appropriate procedural steps have been made to accomplish that.
That's right. And I do represent you.
That's why I'm turning to you.
This issue of exemption is subject to the jurisdiction of the State Board of Equalization, not this board. This board controls the county treasury and has the authority to refund a portion of taxes if you so decide. But that will not be binding on the assessor in future years or in the State Board of Equalization. That process, to make this permanent, that process can be done, but it hasn't, as I understand it, hasn't been done and needs to be followed to have a formal recognition of the exempt status.
All right, I have a second question, which is, given that there has been some land included in the partial exemption, should we be taking testimony in relation to the extent of that land as relevant to this statute?
I think that you should hear from the assessor's office on that. I believe that the assessor has the discretion to make those decisions.
And that is not the issue before, not an issue that the board can decide. Could I ask the assessor's representative to define that? There's been a finding that some portion of this land is eligible for exemption, and my question again is, do we have authority in this proceeding to discuss the extent of that and whether the assessor has properly limited that to its few acres or whether it might be expanded?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, the issue before you is not whether or not we performed our function properly. The issue before you is a claim for refund of taxes paid.
Right.
The reality is, and I think both Janice and David, and I know I'm getting a little familiar here, but rather than be super familiar, they both have set out for you the requirements that are incumbent on the assessor. And I'll just read you a piece of Assessor's Handbook 267 that deals with exemptions, church, religious, and welfare. That refers back to the constitutional provision that Janice was mentioning, sections 3F and 5 of Article 13 of the Constitution, exempt from property taxation buildings, the land on which they are situated, and equipment used exclusively for religious worship. The amount of land for the buildings is determined by the assessor after he or she has made an inspection of the church premises and surrounding environment. In November, I believe it was of 2003, our chief appraiser went out there after one of our other appraisers had gone out and determined that there were buildings that might qualify for the exemption. The area needed to use those buildings was determined to be 5 acres. Could they have cut it down? Yeah. Why? Because maybe they don't need 5 acres of parking for 20 or 50 people. Could they expand it to 200 or 300 acres? No. The reality is for this particular exemption that we're talking about, it's the land needed to use those buildings. If Ms. Jensen wants to expand the exemption, and this has been discussed with her on a number of occasions, I have notes in the file when she's talked to Debbie Cannon, she's talked to the taxpayer rights advocate in Sacramento, she's communicated with legal counsel at the State Board of Equalization, she has even sent letters to the lieutenant governor. The reality is if she's going to qualify for a welfare exemption, and I will talk to you for a moment about that terminology, then she needs to have an organizational clearance certificate issued by the State Board of Equalization. In order to do that, a corporation sole will not qualify. She owns the property as the Pearl Gates of Heaven Ministries, a corporation sole. That means she's the corporation. There is not in her articles of incorporation an irrevocable dedication to religious use. She's never going to qualify for the organizational clearance certificate the way she holds title at this current time. Now, the reason that we call it a welfare organization is because that's what the legislature called it when they codified this. Basically, they said you could get a church exemption, you could get a religious exemption, or you can get a welfare exemption. And the fact is, welfare exemptions are qualified for by 501c3 or what we all call nonprofit organizations. Pearl Gates of Heaven Ministries is not a nonprofit organization under that IRS code section. That's why we call it a welfare organization. It's nothing to do with welfare as those of us old enough to color our hair have come to know the term.
Any questions for the assessor's representative? Thank you.
I have a question for County Council. It seemed to me, Jim, in your comments, you feel that the board does have a legal basis, if the board so chooses, to grant the claim for refund of overpaid property taxes, but not to find an ongoing religious exemption. Is that correct or incorrect?
The board has the authority to refund the taxes. An order beyond that would have no effect. It doesn't affect the assessor.
But the board does have the legal. I understand that we can't find the religious exemption, and the owner of the property is going to have to, either change the title or do what's necessary if the owner wishes to have an ongoing exemption. But the board does have the legal authority, in your opinion, to refund the taxes at this point in time.
That's correct. Not making a recommendation that you should.
No, I understand.
Just
but
that
we have the legal authority.
That authority.
Okay.
This is not an effort, to say the obvious, to regulate religion. It's simply a fairly strict system that regulates when tax exemptions are to be allowed for religious purposes.
Thank you.
Okay, representatives of the advocate have heard this discussion, and we're interested in your take on it.
Well, you can see why I included the wording of Section 207, because there is some detail in the wording, and you've heard some what the legislative intent was, supposedly, and that's why I included the wording, because it's fairly straightforward and fairly simple. Mrs. Jensen has not applied for the welfare exemption. That is true. She would have to qualify with a 501c3 for state and for federal. But that's not what she's filed under. She's filed under the 207, which is just plain and simple the religious exemption, and she feels she meets that. Now, Mrs. Jensen holds title to the property as trustee for the Pearl Gates of Heaven Ministry, and or as overseer.
The title is not in my name. It is in the name of the overseer of Pearl Gates of Heaven Ministry. My successor has already been appointed, and that is the procedure. The majority of the Catholic churches and the majority of the Mormon churches are held as corporation souls. The title is not in my name. I, as overseer, have authority to buy, sell, lease, or do anything, but I am not the owner of the property. The property has been deeded over to the ministry, and if I were to die today, it would go into the successor's name. It would not go to my family.
Is there a deed of record that can show this?
Yes, we have.
A deed?
We have a deed.
I'm just curious.
The rest of them are in here.
While you're looking at that, I'm looking at Mr. Sirius's letter to the board and recommendation, or or his letter to the Board of Supervisors dated August 12th, page 2. Second paragraph, it says, legally, the religious exemption applies only to the extent that buildings on land on which they are situated and any other property are used exclusively for religious worship. And again, we're here stating that, well, we do have other property that qualify for the religious purposes. As you can see on the map and take the testimony of Mrs. Jensen, what these particular spots, trails, worship centers are used for. They are used exclusively for religious purposes, and therefore we feel they should apply.
We brought a binder with some photographs, if anybody wants to look at them, of things that have gone on out there. We can pass it around. And there's also another thing in the letter from the legal counsel from the state. And they said that the assessor did, I forget the proper wording, anyway, assess the property properly if that is all the land that was used for religious purposes. If more of the land is used for religious purposes, the state says that it is to be exempt, that the assessor did not address it properly. That's in the letters of the legal counsel.
Other questions?
Other questions from the board?
Not for them.
Okay. At this point, I would ask if there's any members of the audience that wish to speak on this topic before we remand it to the board for consideration.
I would make an offer of proof that our individuals here are going to testify as to the extent of the use. And I see we have a gentleman raising his hand would like to come up and speak. Why don't we have him do that?
All right. Sir, please step forward and identify yourself. And sign in as well, please.
Certainly. My name is Jerry Armstrong, and I happen to be a minister's son. And I know authenticity in that general area, specifically and broadly. I've seen good examples and I've seen bad examples, okay? Marge is in the top 5% of all ministers I've seen insofar as consistency and authenticity. And she does things for the community. And I've never seen anything out there in my multiple visits to her facility that would undermine what she's contending today. I happened to go out there initially to take my grandchildren fishing in a place where I was sure I was going to catch a couple of little bluegill and get the kids started off on the right track there. And I was curious about her sign that I had driven by numerous occasions and curious about what's this all about. Well, I got out there and I found that the sign pretty much said it all. It was like biblical garden, if you would, a kind of glimpse of the Garden of Eden, simply put. And it offered beautiful surroundings to reflect on and to enhance your spiritual relationship with your Maker. God can be evidenced in many, many ways, whether it be in a big edifice, you know, like the Crystal Cathedral, or it can be evidenced beside a small pond with Christ the Savior calming the angry waves, all right? And some pictures are worth 1,000 words. And whether it be just a biblical reference quoting, I will make you fishers of men, or whatever of the numerous signs that she's posted out there through a lot of effort and genuineness to post along those paths, it helps to guide a person from the tumult of society, the apathy of society. Once you go up her little path, it's like a cradle, if you will, nestled in there, all 217 acres, all right? And as soon as you get on that property, you have a sense and a peace that pervades you, and you realize that this is a special place just a few feet off of a highway, a state highway. And yeah, occasionally if a truck hits their jacks brakes, so you can be reminded where you are. But the overall impact of this whole facility, I emphasize whole, from the driveway to the top of the hill where the cross is, or any point in between, should be considered a safe haven from our crazy society that we deal with all the time. And there's times when maybe one of my Vietnam vets that's got 3 Purple Hearts needs a place to get away and kind of collect his thoughts. Or if another friend of mine who's since deceased wants to take his last fishing trip and commune with nature and also be exposed to the saving aspects of Jesus Christ, his Savior, or my Savior, it is so important that we have something in our community besides the edifices and all the dogma of very organized religion. In no way is Marge's effort here anything but an effort to reach out to people that are hurting. It's a resource that's there for anybody that wants prayer or wise counsel can take advantage of. And if they need referrals either to a pregnancy center or to somebody in the community in the way of resources to tap the existent resources, she's a facilitator to point them in those directions, to encourage people who have been abused, taken advantage of, whether they've been raped or emotional abuse. She is that light in our community consistently over a number of years that I've known her, probably 7 years now, that I respect immensely. I volunteer some labor out there, weed eating and trimming trees, getting mistletoe out of trees and such as that's choking some of her trees. But I always see her working hard and dedicated and wanting to give back to her community that she loves so dearly. If she didn't love God and donate this terrific thing that she has at her disposal for the good of the community, I would stay away from it and I would not defend it. But I'll tell you what, since she's not in any competition with any churches around, that's not an issue. All right? All that she's doing is what we're supposed to do, is trying to be a light in our own community and help others. And that's the message of the Bible. And that's the message that should be spoken in the pulpits. And we're supposed to help widows and children and encourage people and love people. And that's all she's done. And I don't think she should be penalized in hindsight. Now, whether she misfiled or whatever, technicality rule 43.2AC, or whatever the attorneys point out, I could care less about that. The woman is doing a community service here consistently, and she has made plans that are above reproach as far as the future use of her property and the passing of its title. And consequently, any refuge or sanctuary in our community should not be penalized. It should be encouraged. And I'll tell you what, anybody that serves on the board of a pregnancy center and offers her property to have free concerts or Bible study or prayer or counsel should not be penalized in any shape, form, or fashion. And I'm just proud to know this lady. And anytime I take somebody out there, I know they're going to be spiritually blessed. And they're not going to be hammered over the head with some dogma. They're going to be just loved at face value, and they're going to be received where they are at that time in their life, just as Christ met people at whatever time he encountered people in their lives and loved them and tried to understand them and give them hope for tomorrow. And that's really all I have to say about it.
Thank you.
I had hoped by my suggestion that to expedite things and point out that the issue here isn't the legitimacy of the church or the merit of the church. That none of that is really the issue here today.
All right. I would encourage people to try to speak within the context of the issue before us, but I will also recognize the right of all people and all citizens to speak their mind and their heart. So just try to keep it. We know we've got at least 30 people in the room on the next subject as well. This is going to be a very long day, so if people cannot repeat things that have already been said and try to be specific to the agenda point, I would be most grateful as the chair. Thank you, and please carry on.
Mr. Chairman and supervisors, mine will be short. My name is Jean Westfall, and I would just like to call to your attention that when people make laws, they cannot always foresee the things that could happen. And I noticed that there's a lot of attention about buildings. I just would like to call to your attention that they did not foresee an open air building. It could be likened to an open air cathedral, where all of the land is, all of the ambient is important. It's a part of this building. And that's, I would also like to say that, to call to your attention that there is abundant case law that says that the intent of the framers constitutes the law. And just because they didn't foresee that an open air structure, which is made by nature, I think that they would include that if they had known. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to address the board on this topic before we move to our deliberations?
Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, my name is Charles Clark. I come from various parts of the country, mainly from Hayward, California, and Medford, Oregon area. My wife and I have traveled several hundred miles to come to this place as a place of refuge and sanctity, and to regain ourselves. You know, we're living in trying times. The economy is going down, and everything is really frustrating. And I've appreciated the opportunity to come here and to be able to worship, to pray with, and be prayed for, to be counseled with, to take walks up in from the chapel and from the counseling area. The land doesn't stop at the church. David didn't say in the Bible, he says that the Lord leadeth me beside the green pastures and maketh me to lie down in the front church seat of a cathedral out inside of a big house. No. He said he made me to lay down in green pastures, lead me beside the still waters. This is all outside. This is his place of worship. This is his church. Church. C-H-U-R-C-H. Church. This is where we worship. It doesn't have to be a lean-to. Okay? God is omnipresent. He's all around us. Now, some believe in God, some don't. But this is our religion. That pathway leads from the building, and it goes clear to the top of the mountain, and it goes around. And all along this pathway and these roadways, there are scriptures encouraging, enlightening, uplifting, directional for the wholeness of a human being to find himself and be real. This is a place that is all one. You can't just take one part of it out. You can't take the boy out of the country or you can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy. Okay? It's a unit. The building, the land that surrounds it, the mountainside, everywhere that there is ministry that is involved with that church, I believe that it all needs. It's all part of the statutes here. It all plays into it. If you fine tune the wording and of what the format of what they say should be declared is exempt. If we really read it close by, I think you'll all find that it's all one part. It's not many pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak?
My name is Holly Mines, and I did not come here to speak on this topic today. However, I was moved to stand up and speak. I'm sorry about that. I don't think there's anybody in this room who wants to dispute the good intentions of the person who is leading this effort, and I don't have any reason to dispute anything about the use of the land or the holiness of it or anything else. However, it seems to me that we have just been told by legal counsel that there are ways that this lady and her organization could receive a status which would allow them to be exempt from taxes, and that is through a nonprofit organization. Another thing that occurred to me as we were sitting here speaking, when people were describing the beauty of the area, is that people put their lands in conservation easements and into protected status. I'm not an expert, I'm not a legal expert, and I don't know exactly what the tax implications are, if they would result in the same as a conservation easement. But I guess my concern is that I look around this county and I know many, many people who offer their services, who are good people, who care about other people, who give their services away free, who volunteer without strings attached, who welcome people onto their properties as she has done. And I guess my concern is that if we if every case has to be done on an individual basis of people standing up and making pleas about how good the person is, and then a decision is made on that basis, that then we're going to come into a battlefield of organizations, as Steve proposed, a pantheistic group who calls their property their church, and they choose to worship in a different way, and they don't agree with the sort of basic Christian principles. Then they're going to come before you, and then there's going to be a big discussion about how good they are and what their what their beliefs are. And so it seems to me that if there is a way that this group can achieve the status that they wish and be free of paying the taxes, why shouldn't they follow that rule? I recognize that it requires bureaucratic adherence, but I just think it seems easier and fairer to everybody who lives here if we have a sort of a procedural way of doing things and we follow it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Patricia DeMola, and I am a resident of Tuolumne County, and I've been in Tuolumne County since 1978, paying taxes to Tuolumne County. I have been so blessed to have gone on Margaret's property. As many of you maybe know, in Tuolumne County, things are changing. There's a lot of growth, and I cannot even find peace, solitude in my own backyard. And going out to the Mount Zion Biblical Garden has been just an absolute refuge for me, a place of solitude, quiet, during the most traumatic, unbelievably tough times in my life right now. And I am really grateful for the property. I have been on the different trails. I'm very much into hiking. You really have an asset with the Mount Zion Biblical Garden, and I don't know if you realize what an asset that property is. I had personally never experienced many of the businesses that you have in this county, such as Rod's Grill. I now go over there for food. I'm finding myself coming to Calaveras County more and more often because I love your county. It's peaceful, it's quiet here. So in addition to what Margaret is doing, she's also bringing revenue into your county without perhaps you even realizing it. With the National Day of Prayer, we had people as far away as 5 hours that drove here. Steve White from the KADV radio station out of Modesto, Ceres area, made numerous announcements about the National Day of Prayer. And many, many people heard about the Mount Zion Biblical Garden, and it brought them into this county. And many of the people said that they will now go over to Moaning Cavern, various other areas. I also, too, wanted to mention, too, that we did have a wonderful day, National Day of Prayer, where Sergeant Bobby Rapp's mama was there speaking. So we've had people from all walks of life, different churches, and it's something I would really encourage you, if you haven't been out to the property, go out there and experience it for yourself. And I just had one other thing I'd like to say in closing, and that is that the Bible clearly tells us that we, the people, are the church. It's not a building. And so I just will leave you with that. And thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate you allowing me to speak.
Thank you, and please sign in. Are public comments on this topic complete? Not yet.
Hi, my name's Steve Bullwine, and I'm from this community. And in listening to this, I've been kind of moved as well. I agree with a lot with what Holly said and pretty much everybody else. And it seems to me like the issue isn't whether or not it's a value to this community, because it certainly is. The issue is how can we get her to the next step. And I would just recommend, if I could make a recommendation, that maybe you guys see fit to grant her a refund for the taxes she paid this year and give her a year to either change her title to a 206, so she could fall under that exemption, or make changes on her property so she can get into the 501(c). It seems like council has been pretty clear that they've proven that what they're doing is for religious purposes. And so it seems like she has two options, and by meeting either one of those, she's going to get what she wants, and it will certainly leave the door open for anybody else that wants to go down a road like that to be able to file the proper paperwork or do whatever is necessary to enjoy the same benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick one, I promised you. Rosemary Wilson from McCollum Hill. I think County Council has described possible ways to help facilitate what this lady would like to happen to the property. I have a question. Where is it? I haven't heard of it, and we've spent a lot of time discussing it without saying, where the beautiful grounds are. That's
on
my
Parrots
question.
Ferry Road, just about opposite the entrance to Moaning Cavern, on the other side of the road.
Thank
There's
you.
217 acres there.
Okay, I'll now bring this back to the board for action, possible action, and I would turn, as is our custom, to the supervisor of the district this project is within. Supervisor Tryon.
My own feelings are very much like the gentleman that last spoke. I am for granting the applicant's claim for refund of the property taxes. The assessor, obviously the board cannot direct the assessor to change the assessment practices, but I think it is incumbent upon the applicant to get a legal exemption so that this is not recurring and coming back to the board to where the assessor always assesses it one way and then there's always a request for a tax refund. I think it's very clear on the record that all of the property is used for religious purposes. I think it's very clear in the record there are not competing uses on the property, whether it be agricultural or other types of commercial uses. So for that reason, I will support a claim for refund, but I think it's incumbent on the applicant to get whatever is necessary so that you do have an exemption that will be recognized by the assessor. So with that, then I would make a motion that the board grant the claim for refund as requested.
Okay, there's a motion before us. I'll continue.
What period of time?
See if you can get a second, and then you should continue with the discussion.
Well, I'm waiting for a second, and there's a question about what period. Is there a time limit or?
No, for what tax years?
For what tax year?
Exemption. The refund is for the current year, for past years, for.
Well, what is before us, Jim?
I'm trying to get an idea what the amount claimed is.
Actually, I have not seen that application, but I believe it was from 2003 to 2007.
Okay.
Correct.
Oh, no.
Is that the claim? Come to the podium,
actually, at this
point, you
point,
need to speak from the podium so we're recording. Well, unless you don't.
Yeah, what I'm asking is that each board member comment on this. If there is, before we take a vote, if there's additional information you wish to bring forward, I'll allow for that at that point.
I just wanted to mention that we are across the board. I keep hearing everybody say we're not, but we are. We have federal exemption, we have state exemption.
Are you saying that you're a 501c3?
We're a 508, which is under a 501c3.
Well, you need to get with county council so that you get it in some form that the assessor will accept it or recognize it.
Okay, I'll move to Supervisor Claudino and down the line.
Is there a second?
I don't hear a second at this point, but we'll leave the possibility open as we discuss it.
This is difficult. We seem to have engaged ourselves in a discussion of religious philosophy rather than the issue in front of us, in my opinion. I can see that these people are very sincere, all of the people, the applicant for this refund and those people who spoke on her behalf. However, for me personally, I think that religion, meditation, etc., is like stress, an intensely personal issue, and people worship and meditate all over this planet in some of the most unimaginable conditions that have nothing to do with the tax code. As requested, I would not support this. 4 or 5 years of taxes. These letters that are in front of us go back 2 or 3 years, advising the applicant that under their current organization, the current method of organization, they do not qualify. And we've heard that from our county assessor, and we've heard that from our county council, and we've heard that from the State Board of Equalization. And as more than one person has stated, there are ways or routes or actions that this party can address to get that relief. Unless I misunderstood, there is the issues of title change, of becoming a 501(c)(3) nonprofit corporation, or doing whatever it is the Board of Equalization would require to get their letter of support. That would probably be the cleanest one, the way I'm looking at this. I certainly wouldn't want to penalize anybody for their religious beliefs or activities. It's very nice that this property is provided for those people that choose to use it. But it still falls to me, in my mind, that there are ways to achieve this that have not been either attempted or, if so, not successfully. And I have not heard yet today whether there has been a prohibition to those. And I'm curious, to me, why those avenues have not been pursued if this has been going on. Letters here date back to over about 3 years ago, and perhaps this has been going on even longer. There have been meetings and correspondence into the next dimension over this, and yet those avenues don't seem to have been pursued. So at this point, I cannot support this, especially for a period of 5 years of taxes.
Thank you, Bill. Supervisor Callaway.
Without being redundant, Bill pretty much spoke what I thought. Ms. Jensen said she holds a 508. If that's recognized under the Internal Revenue Code, which is recognized by the State Franchise Board, which would then be recognized by our assessor, then that should have been presented. That was not presented to the board. So I too will not be supporting this.
Supervisor Thomas.
I just want to clarify that we are at a position where the motion failed for lack of second. Is that okay? I just want to kind of quantify this situation in my own mind. I've been doing some doodling up here, and it seems to me that we have an annual tax burden on this property that's about, I don't know, $7,000 and some change annually. That would mean that we would be refunding, or the applicant is asking us to refund $35,000 for the 5 years. And I need to occasionally remind people about this, that the county only receives about, call it 17% of that money. So we have received, only in that 5-year period, the county of Calaveras has received about less than $6,000 worth of benefit to pay for the sheriff and pay for public services, pay for things, a contribution to our general fund. Yet if we grant this fairly emotional request for a refund, we've received $6,000 and we're going to give back $35,000. I don't think, in my mind, that that's warranted based on the testimony that I've heard here today. That's in no way making any kind of a claim or assertion that there aren't some wonderful things going on that property. So I would have to say that, in my mind, we have the facts presented to us. We have the State Board of Equalization saying that it doesn't qualify. We have, I want to interject here too, that our assessor has given adjustments pro rata in their mind, and they're the experts that we depend on, the pro rata adjustments for the as they see it today and for the past 5 years, about the degree to which, the percentage to which the property should be reassessed downward for the religious purposes. So with the recommendation that if there is a mechanism that you can perfect your right to have this justified, to have the claim justified, then I would encourage you to do that. But, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we deny the request without prejudice.
Okay, there's a motion to deny without prejudice. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I would like to add my comments before commencing with the vote. Back in the 1600s, my ancestors left England on my mother's side on the fundamental question about what is a church. The Church of England had a very narrow definition, and the minister, who was my ancestor, was placed in jail on the basis of his. Coming to this country in the 1600s was where people went when they were let out of jail for their religious offenses to found new religions, new ideas, new philosophies. And they birthed a very interesting country that has had this long debate that has existed between church and state. And we've always had difficult discussions about it. This is a tension that's a national one, not just a local one, and it's something that I find to be profound. While we are, I think, very well informed by our county council and assessor's office and the staff, which I think prepared very good technical documents for us and have accurately defined the legal question before us, I find issues of constitution and history to also weigh on my thinking. And while I can't find a technical, narrow, or legal basis before us to approve this, I also find it very just troublesome to be dealing with the restrictions on law as it relates to how people define religious experience, what the relationship between buildings or edifices, as some have called them, and the world of nature, the natural environment that we experience. And I know that for my ancestors, the latter was much more important. That it was what was in the heart, it was what was in nature that was truly brought them closest to their God. And so this argument is one that I know we're going to continue to have as a country and as a community. It is one that will continue to have its odd tensions between church and state, but it's one that I hope we'll handle with tolerance and a level of understanding that not all of us have the same spiritual connections or the same spirituality, and that sometimes laws constrict this in overly much. I'm going to cast my vote. I'm going to cast my vote on the technical issue before us, but I am going to also encourage both our staff and the organization and individuals involved to get together and work this out in the most positive and proactive way that recognizes the legitimacy of this form of worship and grants it the same rights and exemptions as other more building-oriented organizations. And I would hope that this would come back to us not as a contest next time, but having resulted in a change of application, either in any one of the three ways that Bill talked about, because I believe that can provide us a solution. But this is a very troubling subject for me, given my ancestry and history. And my ancestors actually broke all the laws, were jailed for it in their principle, and found a new free country. that I would hope we are not evolving into something less so.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask for one clarification of an issue that was put in the record? County Council, when the board grants a tax refund, whether here or in any other instance, how is that tax refund handled in the sense that if the county is collected, just for round numbers, $100,000 in taxes, the county keeps 17%, that's $17,000. If the county were to find a legitimacy in a tax refund, then the county is not, it's my understanding, refunding more than what the county received. The remaining portions comes from those other allocations.
I'm not the one to ask that question. I understand and believe that there's an adjustment made.
Yes.
But I'm not sure how the mechanism works.
So no, that just doesn't come out of the county general fund. It comes out of the county's portion is the 17%. Is that correct?
That's what I believe.
Somebody
I don't know how
that knows the answer?
Did I introduce myself last time?
I believe you did.
Leslie
Go ahead
Davis,
again.
Assistant Assessor. The answer to your question is it comes out of the general fund, straight up.
The 100,000.
100%.
100% comes out of the general fund.
Even though we only net the 17.
Yes.
So I was right.
Not only do we have
one time in a row.
Not only do we have church and state issues, but we have county and state issues as well, apparently.
I would add that answer, in spite of what I said, makes sense in this context because the State Board of Equalization has not granted the exemption that's involved here, and arguably the state should not be bound by the decision that's made here.
All right. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the board before we move to a vote on the motion before us? All right. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
This passes on a 4-1 vote. And I do appreciate people's patience. I know there were many people in the audience who have come for other purposes, but we will get to your issue, and everybody will speak today, I'm sure. I would like to take a 5-minute recess until 11:30, at which point we will move to the much-awaited 9:30 scheduled item. Call this back into session, please.
Okay.
That means you two, and it means that the audience should restore order in immediate time.
Asking a lot.
I'd like to do a time check here and an agenda review. We have, among other things, the next topic, which is item number 9. This is the appeal and possible board action regarding CUP for Rogers Media, the famous billboard issue. We also have the budget, final budget hearings today. Given the number of people who have assembled for the billboard issue, we are pretty sure we're not going to get to the budget at 10:30 as scheduled. And so for that purpose, we are going to announce that the budget hearing will take place at 1:30 this afternoon in this room here. So if you are here for that, you can take a long lunch. Actually, you can take your regular lunch and come back at that time. And for those department heads and others listening to this, we will commence at 1:30. We hope. It will happen at 1:30 if we are done with this hearing, which is the appeal that I just mentioned. So with that, we will turn on item number 9 to our Community Development Agency to describe what is before us, and possibly to our county council to discuss the legal aspects as were presented in a memo to us this morning.
Is this microphone on?
I believe it is.
Okay. We are Deborah Lewis and Dennis Gomes, and we are here to represent Bob Selman today because he is hunting someplace far away and unreachable. So
better hunting than to be hunted, no doubt.
Yeah. And the issue here today is an appeal and possible board action regarding Project 2007-047, conditional use permit for Rogers Media. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's August 21st denial of Project 2007-047 for a conditional use permit to erect 3 double-faced billboards along Highway 12 on property located at 1201 Highway 12, approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of Highway 12 and Highway 26 in Valley Springs. The subject property is currently zoned M2 General Industrial. A billboard is permitted in the M2 zone with the approval of a conditional use permit. The proposed sign face would measure 16 inches wide, 16 feet wide by 8 feet high for a total of 128 square feet each. The base of the signs would be 14.5 feet above grade with an overall height of 25 feet to the top of the structure. The sign faces will be supported by a single center column located 30 feet from the property boundary line that fronts on Highway 12. Now, the Planning Commission considered this use permit in a hearing on August 21st, 2008, and at that time there was a tremendous amount of public controversy. Letters and emails were received, and a number of people presented at the hearing. And that ultimately resulted in the Planning Commission denying the project by a vote of 4-1. And the findings that they made, based principally on the public controversy, were that the proposed land use is not compatible with neighboring land use and zoning. And the second finding was that there were no conditions of project approval that will fully offset possible adverse effects to public health, safety, and welfare, or reduce or eliminate potential environmental effects. And one of the points that was brought forward in the hearing was the fact that the general plan is currently undergoing revision, and work is being done on the Valley Springs community plan as well. And the intention is that each of these documents address billboards in the future, so that people express their concerns at this time that it was fundamentally incompatible. At the time that the appeal was filed, a number of additional letters were received by the Planning Department. Most of those have been included in the packet that you have. Subsequent to issuance of your packet, we did receive 8 additional items of correspondence. There were 7 emails in opposition and 1 in support of the project. I don't have time enough to read them in, but I would like to let you know who these came from. From Jaylene Goltz, a statement in support of the billboards and a notation that not all members of the Valley Springs Business Association oppose the billboards. We received an email from the Kuhn family, a statement in opposition of more billboards in the Valley Springs area. An email from George Nelson, again, restating objections to the proposed billboards on Highway 12. An email from Vicki Henkel, making the statement again in opposition of the billboards. An email from Carl Williams, Valley Springs resident and business owner, stating objections to the billboards. An email from Joe Bocelli in opposition to the billboards. And, okay, who's this one from? The Advisory Board, Valley Springs Area Business Association, Vip Hale, co-owner, restating their objections to the billboards. And an email from Muriel Zeller, restating their objections to the billboards. Planning staff has prepared a staff report addressing this appeal and bringing forward to you a restatement of the board's conclusions in their hearing. and recommending, staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of Rogers Media Company and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission denying Project 2007-047 conditional use permit for Rogers Media Company. Our staff report also lists alternatives to this action. One of the options would be that the board uphold the appeal of Rogers Media Company and overturn the project denial by the Planning Commission and approve the project subject to the conditions and findings as set forth in the staff report to the Planning Commission. Another option that's listed in this staff report is that the board could uphold the appeal of Rogers Media Company and overturn the project denial by the Planning Commission, but refer the project back to staff and the Planning Commission for consideration of reducing the number, design, or size of the billboards to be permitted on the subject property. And in addition to that staff would like to make at this point in time is that another option that would be available to the board would be to place a term limit on the duration of time that a billboard could be left standing at the proposed sites. And I would offer a precedent was set by Planning Commission Resolution number 04 or 05 addressing the placement of a billboard for the Saddle Creek Golf community. And in 2004, this particular use permit that was issued included a condition limiting the duration of the permit, making the statement that it would be valid for 18 months from date of issuance. So that, again, that becomes another option that the board could consider in their review of this project. Do you have any questions that we can answer at this time?
Any questions, board? Thank you. Is there any advice relating to the legal parameters of this discussion?
Janice, do you want to give some background on this, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We're asking for advice from counsel regarding the legal parameters or any information that you wish to inform us on.
I don't have anything to add other than there's a threat of litigation that's been made on this particular project, and based on that threat of litigation, if the board wanted to go into a closed session, then I would suggest that that's where we should discuss any issues that come up during the hearing.
All right. Will you advise as this develops as to your wishes in that regard?
If there's a need for it, yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. In this case, we'll bring the appellant up to make their case.
Well, I'll try to make this brief. You guys have all had a long morning. Mr. Jones, Mr. Lawton, distinguished board, I'd like to introduce myself. First of all, my name is Matt Rogers. I'm the president and CEO of Rogers Media Company. We hail from Davis, California. This is my partner, Mike Jorgensen. He's also here from Lodi, California. I'm going to try to stick to the facts because there has been so much swirl around this project, quite honestly, that I think it would be helpful at this point to really just kind of bear down. And you've had a morning full of swirl, so I'm going to try to just get quickly to the facts so that we can get down to it. First of all, a very quick introduction about our company. We are not a Fortune 500 company. We're a small company. We're family-owned. We are a California corporation. We operate in 13 municipalities around California and northern Nevada. I think you'll find, as we said in our Planning Commission hearing, that the communities that we operate in a lawful, responsible fashion. I'll leave it at that because, again, I don't want to go into hyperbole. I want to describe this project specifically. We didn't come up and we didn't lobby. We've not talked to many of you. I've had a very brief discussion with Supervisor Claudino that I'd like to, which he was, I will say he was more than professional, and I appreciated his courtesy on returning my phone call, and he was very professional in the way that he approached us. Let me say this for the record. Often outdoor advertising companies will attempt to get variances, to skirt laws, to do all kinds of things that perhaps are outside the law. In this case, we came in over 18 months ago, I will add. We looked at your ordinance, we worked with your planning staff, and we came up with a plan that fits specifically within the guidelines of your ordinance, the ordinance that you, as a staff, as a county, came up with. Your ordinance. Your sizing, your spacing, your zoning, your areas, every specific thing that you wanted, we applied for. Nothing that we are applying for, nothing that we are asking for is outside the rules that you have come up with. In the initial phase, when we were before the Planning Commission, prior to public sentiment, we had a recommendation from planning staff. They recommended the project based on the fact that it met every criteria. Furthermore, on the two criteria that it was denied on, one thing I'd like to mention is the fact that there is no dwelling, no person living, no person using any property near these signs that views these signs from their neighboring property. The only people that view these signs are the motoring public. So as far as upsetting safety, welfare, aesthetic views, or anything else, it's not upsetting any neighboring property. These signs have been compared to the signs that a larger competitor maintains inside Valley Springs. Fact of the matter is, I don't disagree with the public in their sentiments of those signs. They're old, they're wood, in many cases they're not taken care of very well. Not a very good description of our industry there. The fact of the matter is, I can't control that. I can only control what our company does. We maintain our signs vigorously. These signs will be less than half the size of those signs. They will be steel, they will be of modern construction, and they will be of a material that is of a modern facade. Let's talk about property rights issues for a minute here, because the fact of the matter is that, and let's just get the cat right out of the bag, litigation is potentially an issue here. And the fact of the matter is, because you are limiting, perhaps, if you decide not to uphold our appeal, you not only are limiting our commercial speech issues, you're limiting our non-commercial speech issues. That's going to get you into a problem. In 13 cases in the last 4 years around this country, most recently in the Florida State Supreme Court, when an outdoor advertising company, OGH, applied for outdoor advertising permits under an ordinance that they were not asking for anything outside the current ordinance, and it was denied. It rose to the level of the Florida Supreme Court. It was overturned based on the fact that they were restricting the outdoor advertising companies, who are tax-paying citizens. They were restricting their non-commercial speech rights. It's going to get overturned. Okay? We are a small company, I just told you that, but we are vigorous about defending our rights. And we believe that we have rights here, along with the property owner. And so please do not mistake us for somebody small, because again, we will vigorously defend our rights. However, having said all those things, We do operate in communities where we have to listen to the appeal of the people, to hear what they have to say about our projects, to understand that the communities that we operate in, we want to be good neighbors. Fact of the matter is, we've tried to be a good neighbor in this situation. We've tried to be heard. We have tried to be, we've tried to get before George Nelson's group, voted not even to speak in front of his group. I appreciate that, George. And the fact of the matter is, too, whomever, and I will just say this, whoever has chosen to call my home over the last 2 weeks and make threats to me during dinner time, find another hobby, please. Please find another hobby. This is a democratic process, and let's leave it at that. Having said all that, we are interested in a compromise that I think would value the county and value us. And here's what we're willing to do. There has been an outcry in the community based on illumination, that if these signs are illuminated, that there's a dark skies issue, okay, that there will mar the stars. While we don't agree with that argument, we are sympathetic to that argument. So we would put forward in our proposal that if this project is approved, we will not light these signs as a condition of approval. We will not illuminate them. Quite honestly, the value of such goes down 30% based on the fact that we won't illuminate them. Advertisers kind of like to have the lights on at night, especially if they're a hotel, an eatery, or whatever it is. But you know what? We'll get around that, so we will not light them. We would also look at a compromise of when we did not have advertising sold, we would, at our expense, put Calaveras County businesses on there, promote tourism, a general-wide county outlook as a free service for open space. We would almost, and then, now please listen to this one, because listen to it carefully. We would also invite the fact of limiting the amount of structures that we build. Instead of building 3, we could build less. Now, financially, we're not going to remit any less to Mr. Gauss, to the property owner. We're going to keep our commitment to him at a current level. Why, you probably don't care about that, but you know what? That's letting you know that we're not going to redo our agreements with the property owner. We've made a sovereign vow to him to get this done. So we would look at building less structures. Past that, we would be amenable to other things that perhaps that the board could come up with. We would not be interested in anything that limited our number of years on the property. We don't believe that's an enforceable issue, quite honestly. But we would be open to any other suggestions the board has, and we hope that by making this offer a compromise today, that the board will see that we are trying to act in good faith. Understand, though, this offer extends as long as the board upholds it or does not uphold it. If the board chooses not to approve our project and we do get into litigation, we will litigate for the original amount of the project. So I want you to clearly understand what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Mike Dirksen, I'm the other owner of this company. One additional thing we will issue, or we will say, is this: we will not build any other boards anywhere else in the county. We'll make that part of the stipulation. So this will be our only project here. We're willing to work with you and compromise on this project.
In summation, I would say this. Commissioner Mason, in his dissent at the Planning Commission, I think said it best is, I don't understand how we can deny this project. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't know that I could have said it any better than that commissioner said it, is that it doesn't make any sense. The aesthetic and safety arguments are null. There's no study that you can put forward that ever said a billboard caused an accident. is there's not a safety issue here, especially if we're willing to build less structures to kind of, get away from that recurring picket fence item. That may be a situation where we can alleviate that safety issue right there if there is one to begin with. So, anyway.
Thank you. We'll now open this to public comment. If there are members of the public that wish to come forward, please limit your comments to the following: no more than 5 minutes, less if possible. Secondly, do not be redundant. Once it's in the public record, that's good enough. And finally, maintain respect for different opinions. Proceed.
My name's Al Duncan. I'm from Valley Springs. I think you guys probably got some emails from constituents down in the Valley Springs area, as well as these people and the Planning Commission before that. And today, I think you can see the people have spoken. It's a general consensus that we don't want 3 large double-sided billboards. That means 6 large single-sided billboards on one of the entryways to our lovely county. We already have 2 within 2 miles that have been an eyesore for over 30 years that are covered by that confusing oxymoron, legal non-conforming, which makes them damn near impossible to remove without Caltrans widening the highway or a benevolent county or state buying the property and removing them to the pleasure of most Valley Springs residents. We, the people, have come here today to exercise our right to protest this harbinger of many more similar issues that will try to disturb the rural and peaceful serenity of our lovely county. This is not meant to sound like a no-growth issue. Hell, I'm a realtor and a commercial property owner. But this is to provide a guideline for good conservatorship of the county that you folks have been elected and entrusted to preserve. As this county grows more populated, there will be many coming here who are used to sandwich boards, banners, and illuminated billboards. But as you can see, we the people have come here to have a voice in the decision-making of our county, and we hope to have come here to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zero McDaniel, a business owner in Valley Springs area. I did send an email to the board, and I'm not going to actually go over that again because it's in the public record and you've all read it. But the reason that I'm here is I'm wanting to make an appeal to the landowner and the proponent of this billboard project. We know that you do not live in this community, and we also know that you have probably read all of the emails and the letters that have been sent to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors regarding this project. We also know that you have heard the many citizens speak on behalf of their community regarding this project. We can only surmise that you don't care what the community thinks or how concerned we are about the impacts of these billboards on our community. Now, I believe in property rights also, but some things are bigger than that issue also. This is a bigger issue than the grotesque billboards that you want to put in our community. This is a bigger issue than the check you're going to receive every month or every year. This is a bigger issue than the potential hundreds of thousands of dollars that Rogers Media will receive every year. Although I do acknowledge they sound like a very reputable and responsible company. This is about a community that doesn't want the blight of these kinds of billboards. We believe this will negatively impact our local economy because they distract from our scenic highways and potential tourism dollars. We have asked that you allow us to please complete our general and community plans so we could determine what kind of signage we want to fit into our authentic Gold Rush era landscape. Clearly, what the Mr. Rogers described
is contrary to what authentic Gold Rush area landscape is. We are asking you voluntarily to withdraw your request for the conditional use permit and revisit it when we have completed our plans for our community. Is this about money? Yes, it is. Lots of money for you, and potentially a loss of money for our community and our county. We will lose part of what makes us unique, and we will lose part of our vision for our scenic highways as you enter Calaveras County from the west end. I would like to address this to the Board of Supervisors. This is exactly one of the reasons why so many volunteers are working hard to get our community plans ready to present to you for approval. There's been issues in the past where other groups have been not listened to because their plans have not been approved yet. But I think, I'm speaking for myself now, I think it's very important that we not act on this issue at this time until we have a chance to actually finish those. The San Andreas Community Plan is just about ready to be submitted to the county. The Valley Springs Community Plan is coming right along, and citizens are working very hard on this. I again appeal to the proponent of the project to please care about what this community and the people of these communities care about. I say this respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind people to sign their names into the ledger there.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Greg Thompson. I'm the owner of the new shopping center at the corner of Highway 26 and Vista del Lago, the Terrace. So as I'm listening to the arguments, obviously we have emotion and we have logic, and so I'd like to address it from a business standpoint. First we spent millions of dollars constructing the project, and then we moved into phase 2, which was finding quality tenants, and now we're kind of moving into phase 3, which is the promotion of that complex. And I got to tell you, it's a little difficult. We are in a rural community. We don't have access to the mix of advertising, radio, newspaper, television. We don't have access to that. We don't have billboards for the most part. The last speaker spoke of the fact that these new billboards are going to be inconsistent with our gold country status or look. Well, isn't that what the existing 30-year-old ones look like now? And we're complaining about those as well. They're consistent with Gold Rush era, but yet we don't like those either. So we've been doing a tremendous amount of marketing for the shopping center, and we've been putting flyers in the local newspaper, and we've had some response to that, and we've got a small little radio station that we're willing to put our ads on. But for the most part, that's about what we're limited to. And as we know, the objective here is to succeed. And we've got tenants that are doing a great job, and they're hardworking people, but they're struggling because of the economy. And it's very, very difficult to get the word out that we exist. If you're traveling on Highway 12, what do we use to tell people to turn right 2 miles to Vista del Lago? What tools do we have available to us? We talk about tourism. Well, the tourists aren't reading our local newspapers. They're driving to the lake. And how do we then communicate to those people that we've got resources that would benefit them after being on the lake? We have juice or coffee or restaurants or whatever it is. So from a business standpoint, outdoor makes sense in a rural community. Everybody's panicking about the size but to put it into perspective, a billboard that you see on the freeway is 672 square feet, 14 feet by 48 feet. What you see in town, the 30-year-old rustic ones, are 300 square feet. They're 12 by 25. These are proposed at 128 square feet. Now, if I came in with a 128 square foot banner and held it up in this room, we'd all panic. But you take that out and put it out in the middle of nowhere, and it shrinks dramatically. So I don't think size is really the issue. I don't think the aesthetic of I like the idea that it's going to be a modern monopole structure. We don't have to worry about old structures, in years to come. But at the same time, we have to be realistic in the fact that from a business standpoint, there's a need. And I think you guys really heard that cry
when all of the little lean-tos disappeared, when that ordinance came about and everybody had to disappear their way of communicating with the travelers by putting their little signs, and it was getting kind of, out of control as far as how many of them were out there. But that should also tell you that there's a need. I mean, we had, businesses that claim to be suffering because they can't put their sign out on the street. So I think there's a need for outdoor. I think these guys have done a great job of telling you that they're not here to proliferate. I mean, what I'm hearing is if we let one in, there's going to be 100. Well, that's not the case. I mean, from an ordinance standpoint, if you took and we laid out a county map of the entire county of Calaveras, and you color-coded every two zone in the county that then would house a billboard through visibility. If there's a tree on the property, then that one's out. You end up with about a half a dozen locations, and that's in the entire county. And these guys are willing to even give up those. And that doesn't mean that all 6 property owners would even say yes to it. So it's an emotional deal. I think it's way blown out of proportion, but I think from a business standpoint, those on the 26 side like us, we would love to have the opportunity to advertise and to let people know that we've got businesses on the other side. I mean, it's all about the dollars, and it's all about succeeding in this particular market. So as much as it is emotional, there still has to be a level of logic, and they do meet the code. They meet the criteria. So based on the law, it seems like these guys should be allowed. Based on emotion, I think that's secondary. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the previous 2 speakers have spoken about money a little bit, so I will as well. My name is Corey Burnell. I'm representing the Calaveras County Taxpayers Association on this issue, and a couple of our other board members are here today. I think they might talk as well. The CCTA's position is not one of liking or disliking billboards for the rest of you in the room. We'll just want to make that clear. Our position relates to 2 issues, one being property rights of the landowner, and the other issue being the potential cost or loss of tax revenue to the county in denying the project. So in discussing the property rights of Mr. Gauss, it's quite obvious that denial of the project is a violation of those rights. The question before us in the debate is whether the violation of his property rights are justified. And that is to be determined, I guess, by the discussion here. On a financial front, we're concerned about the threat of litigation to the county and the potential cost to the county there, both the cost of litigation, but also should the county lose that battle. We understand that this is a $3 million project, if we're not mistaken, and that the potential damages could well exceed that in the way of if we were to lose that lawsuit. So with multi-million-dollar figure hanging over the county, that definitely is an issue taxpayers are concerned about. Also, the delay in property taxes, the increase in assessed value of Mr. Gauss's property, as well as the property taxes that the billboards themselves would be paying. That's lost revenue to the county, or at least delayed. Eventually, it looks like, from what we're hearing, Rogers Media has a pretty good case, and so eventually the billboards might be there anyway, in which case we may be paying damages significantly as a county, and then in addition to that, we will have simply delayed the additional property tax revenue. So we want to put that before you and have you consider that. Denial of the project likely accomplishes a very bad risk-reward scenario for the taxpayers of Calaveras County.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question of Mr. Burnell.
Proceed.
I apologize if I've overlooked the reference to a $3 million project in this staff report. Where did that figure come from?
The $3 million figure came from our due diligence and discussions with Matt Rogers of Rogers Media Company. If I'm mistaken on that figure, is that the correct figure? So
is that the I don't know, present value of future earnings, or I mean, it certainly couldn't be $3 million worth of construction costs. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I'll have to defer to Mr. Rogers to answer your question on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
My
My name's Nicole Burnell, and I just want to add a little bit to what Corey just said. I was born here. I was raised here. I don't want the billboards, really. I didn't want Marvell to go in, or Taco Bell, or anything in Valley Springs. I wish my town population was 500 again. But the fact of the matter is, stuff is going in, and we can't really fight that. The only thing we can do is say, no, we won't regulate it, or we won't allow it. And then what happens is these billboards pop up that are popping up in Valley Springs on tires that they can roll away and then roll back in. They're really ugly. I don't know if you've seen them, but they just kind of plaster banners on them. You know, I do prefer rolling hills, but we can't have rolling hills forever. And so if we're going to put something there, I would prefer it be professional billboards rather than, you know, the ugly metal buildings that we have and the other things that are popping up around Valley Springs.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Gauze. I'm one of the co-owners of the property. Jeff Johnson also owns the property with us. I was here for the Planning Commission's meeting a while back, and I wanted to address a couple of things. Number one, in the case that was before this, specifics were asked for, and if those specifics were met, it would be easier to make a decision. Well, the specifics have been met in our case. The property zoning, the requirements and the ordinances on the size of the signs as such have all been met. So seems to me that it would be easy to make a decision. The issue keeps coming up on two-sided signs. I have right here a lot of different pictures of billboards that are existing within our county that are only one-sided. So if you're driving down the road one way, it looks, you see the advertisement, and if you come from the other direction, you see the back of a billboard. So I don't see a fight on a two-sided sign. It doesn't matter if the billboard company gets separate advertising monies for that. Appearance-wise, what you want to hear, or we're hearing from a lot of people, that would be ugly. That's not going to be the case with these signs. Something I haven't heard anybody mention yet, and I know there's special privilege to people in politics, like with their signs. Zero McDaniel just made a comment, and I wish he was here to hear it. I do care about this community, and I do live in this community. I live in Copperopolis. I've put every dime I own into my home in Copperopolis, which is in Calaveras County, obviously, and the property that we own in Valley Springs, as well as our business. We're a hard-working, family-owned company and trying to put our property, which is just used right now currently for our yard. Another thing I never heard anybody mention was all the years that was a junkyard. You know, that was the letters that we have from different emails that were sent in talk about how ugly the signs are, this or that. Nobody mentioned how ugly that property was before we purchased it, and have continued to make it more curb appeal. We put in drip irrigation systems. We're getting ready to plant some plants along the fence, so it's not such an eyesore. And nobody mentioned the 57 political signs from Highway 26 in Valley Springs up to the end of 12 here. There's also a truck out there, a crane, approximately 40 foot up in the air, has an arm with one of the people running for supervisor's name on the board, how much higher they can take Calaveras County. I'm not going to play tit for tat. I got photos, if you'd like to see them, of all the different signage. There's two sets, so it could go faster if you'd like to see them. So what Matt Rogers with Rogers Media is asking for is nothing more than what's already in place here with other billboards. So back to just, I know there's probably special privilege for the political signs, and that's what struck me when Zero McDaniels made that comment. I do care about this community. I chose this community to live in, and I've been here since 1992 and intend to be here for as long as the good Lord lets me. In one of the papers that was put out by it says County of Calaveras, State of California, the Planning Commission, I'm going to refer to your numbers that came back, and it talks about in newspaper articles how overwhelming response. Overwhelming to me means, great numbers. The population sign in Valley Springs reads 7,500 and something, so for round figures, let's use 7,600 people. There was 10 speakers here at the Planning Commission's meeting last time, and you list here as 77 items of correspondence in opposition via emails that were in the packet. I've got just a few here that people only talked about lighting issues. They didn't say much about the billboards other than they didn't want them lit. There were some here that talked about we can't meet the size requirements, which we can. But if you get back to these numbers, the overwhelming response that they put in the paper, that's less than 1% of the population of Valley Springs. That's not so overwhelming if you're running for a political office. You would hope to get a lot more than 1%, I would think, or you would be hoping for. So I wanted to kind of compare apples to apples there. Like I said, some of these issues here, I'm trying to go fast because I know there's other people that want to talk. The lady made a comment, I forgot your name, I'm sorry, but about the billboards on trailers, how they can duck in, duck out, and duck around all over the place. Again, Rogers Media up front has done everything that has been asked by this county, filled out every piece of paper, done everything we're supposed to, and that's why we're back here again today. Let's see here. Okay, the other issue was, and you listed this as evidence, and I'd like to ask where the Planning Commission got their evidence, that the billboards would be a distraction for motorists, creating a safety and driving hazard. Additionally, it said the signs would disrupt the visual appeal of the community's rural atmosphere, creating an adverse impact. And like we just talked, nobody from Quail Oak subdivision will be able to see these signs. If you've all driven out there and seen our property, that the railroad track was behind it, so it's kind of like a wall shielding it from the people behind us. But I've never seen any reports on how many accidents are created or caused by billboards. And for crying out loud, if there's that many, there's a whole bunch of signs you can see in these photographs as you're looking, as you drive through Valley Springs, San Andreas, our community as a whole in Calaveras County. So I think that argument could very well be thrown out. Something else that wasn't brought up, was brought up at the Planning Commission, was right now currently CBS is the only billboard company that's in our location. Business owners deserve competition. I like competition, for one, and I'll speak about that in a second. But right now CBS has the monopoly. Media Rogers comes in, and he talked about he has a less expensive advertising. I mean, he can compete with CBS's pricing. Now, who in business doesn't want to shop for the best price? We also hear the fight about billboards that advertise out of our county. People want advertising to be strictly in our county. Well, I'm a service provider within our county, and I see lots of vehicles in and out of our county that are from other areas. Why? Because America's about competition. Either they found a better product, they found a better price. So why should that actually be limited to the advertising as well as people? Some of these people, I guarantee you, that say they only want advertisers to be in Calaveras County, they use outside sources from our county for parts of their services. But Matt Rogers has already addressed that and said if you guys wanted to, or only Calaveras County ads, then that they would work with that. The First Amendment right, and is why we can able to write in newspapers and such. I want to address the Little Valley Springs newspaper that sells for 25 cents. In here, they kind of litter on a stick is their terminology they're using for billboards. Well, I'm not going to play a tit for tat. He does a lot of advertising in the Little Valley Springs newspaper, and he makes remarks in here as Matt Rogers Media wants to only make $1. I don't know how many of you go to work with anything else on your mind. We're all out to earn income. So is the Valley Springs newspaper, which does a lot of advertising, and I've personally advertised in this paper as well. So some of these things can just continue to be shot down. Our property, we have over 3,000 feet of frontage, highway frontage, so meeting the standards of the 300 foot per sign, that wasn't going to be any problem to do. And again, the rights of a property owner. I'm here, I've purchased a property, I pay the taxes on the property, and I'd like to use it for its full potential. That's what I'm asking for here today. I think that's just about it. Yeah, some more comments just in the newspaper by George Nelson. The Valley Springs businessman said that the town already has 2 ugly billboards, which 20-year eyesores. The business business community, he said, opposes the erection of any more signs. That makes it sound like 100% of the business community is against any more advertising, which is not true. We have people here from the business community in Valley Springs, and because this was supposed to be heard at 9:30, and I know it went late, a lot of those people had to leave as well. Lots of money is spent on advertising. People want to know who we are, which politician to vote for, which business to go to, which restaurant to go to. And remember, these businesses that are in Valley Springs, they employ people that live in Valley Springs, Jenny Lynn, Milton, wherever they live. They support and put money back into our community. So, I'm asking the board to consider what we're asking for. We're not asking for above and beyond. We're just asking for what your ordinance say we can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Al Sakala, President of the Calaveras Taxpayer Association. In my former speaking, I was speaking as the President, and those remarks were approved by the Board of Directors. And the Board of Directors also approved this, and Corey Brunell is our chairman for this project. Incidentally, Corey Brunell is a supporter of private property rights, and he lives in Valley Springs. That's pretty notable. There seem to be 2 issues, property rights issues. One is the property rights of the landowner. The other one is the right of free speech. Free speech is 2 types. There's commercial and it's personal. I don't know if political is another type or not. But let's think out of the box a little bit, if we can. Let's suppose that the state constitution, like the federal constitution is supposed to do, actually prevents local government from allowing a group of people to tell another what a person can do on their property. In other words, it would be illegal for signs to be banned. If it were illegal for signs to be banned, then we would find solutions a different way. Let's explore this a little bit. There are people, including me, that would not like to see big billboards in certain areas. Other areas are not so important. This particular place is pretty good for billboards because it's not ruining the horizon or view shed. The first thing we would do, we people who want to have less billboards, would be to get together and raise some funds. We might be able to get a lot of people and also raise a lot of money. The environmentalists do it all the time. Billions and billions of dollars. Think about it a little bit. Have you ever heard of the term easements? Tom has. Okay. Why not offer, in certain areas, easements? Pay the landowner money to just not have a billboard there. The owner gets money. The proponents of having no billboards are happy, and the government's not even involved. That's thinking out of the box. That's not where we're at. Where we are now is the potentiality of maybe not $3 million, but $9 million. If there's triple damages, it'll be $9 million. But there's good news there, because the people who are opposing the billboards are basically good people. That means that they would not want to see the taxpayers hit with $9 million. They would chip in. There might be 100 of them. 100 people, that's only $90,000 each. Such a deal. Thank you.
I've already signed in. My name is Jeff Johnson, co-owner of the property down in Valley Springs. I wasn't going to speak today. I was going to let Kevin do it all. But when the lady got up here and said we're not locals, well, I'm not from Valley Springs, but I consider Calaveras County. You're from Calaveras County. We're a local we're together. We're all Calaveras County. I've lived here since 1962, the year I was born. I've had the opportunities all throughout my life to leave this county. I've chose not to. I love this county. There's nobody that loves this county more than I do. I feel, as a property owner, we do have our rights to do what we want to do. What's going to happen if somebody buys 200 acres next to you and want to raise cattle on it, and now somebody says, oh, we don't want cattle on it because it stinks. You're going to make money on your cattle. Well, is that right? I don't think so. As a property owner, people should be able to do what they want with their property. The lady also said that they're out to make money on the property. The money we make on this property is going to be nominal. Maybe pay the property taxes for the year on, as far as Kevin and I go. But how many people in this room, how many people in this county buy rental houses every day for investments or for property, to make money, to sell? Now that the market's down and it's cheap right now, they're going to buy these houses cheap, and in 5 years from now, when the market's back up, they're going to sell that house for a profit. They're buying that property to make a profit. Should they be told you can't do that? You can't make money on your property? There's been a lot of people that's made a lot of money in this county, buying, selling property, and making money off their property. So I don't feel that should be an issue whatsoever. But anyway, it just aggravates me when somebody says you're not a local person. By God, I feel like I'm a local person. Been here a long time. In my business, somebody will say, how long you lived here? I'll say 46 years. Really? I didn't know anybody was from here. You know, so I really care about this community, and I just want everybody to know that.
My name is Joyce Teckel. I've lived here for about 30 years. I'm a business operator, a landowner. And one statement about political signs, I am really tired of them. The good thing about political signs, they get taken down before the end of November. Now, to the board. I would encourage the board to please consider all your legal options for denying this billboard application and appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision. Please consider the following. Number one, the board could use their discretion and deny the billboard project on the grounds that the county has an inadequate general plan, and we are well into the process of updating our general plan and our community plans. The board could at least delay the project because of these circumstances. Number two, the board can point out that the general plan does not meet statutory requirements, is currently being updated, and that a community plan update for Valley Springs has been funded that can run concurrently with the general plan update. I'm referring to the Caltrans grant that was recently granted to COG that will fund the Valley Springs community plan. Approving the billboards while a community plan update is in progress is contrary to the public's interest and stated goals for the community. Valley Springs community plan update efforts have been ongoing for over a year, and the community has presented workshop summaries and visions to the county. Billboards are not consistent with draft vision statements for the community from the Valley Springs Area Business Association and the Greater Valley Springs Advisory Group. New billboards would also preclude implementation of draft community goals and visions from the October 7th Valley Springs Community Design Workshop Summary, which is what my handout covered. There's a map in there that notes green belts and so on that were noted, and it also marks where the proposed billboards are going to be located. There's also a note on the front page, maintain Highway 12 view corridor heading east into downtown, add trees, improve entry statement into downtown. I was very pleased to hear that the gentleman who owns the truck yard there is going to be planning additional landscaping. New billboards would also preclude implementation from the draft community goals and visions of the October 7th Valley Springs Community Design Workshop. These recommendations call for green belts, buffer zones, and an improved entry and view corridor. Number three, The board has enacted other interim policies to forestall development that would preclude planning options and that goes against interim policies and direction from the board. They could do so again in this case. The billboards are contrary to draft vision and guiding principles proposed for the Calaveras County General Plan update. The draft vision states, quote, "The historical character of the county's communities and the value of its productive resources and the distinction of its physical beauty will continue to create a high quality of life for residents and a remarkable and memorable experience for visitors to the county. Billboards do not fit with, quote, historical character or, quote, productive resources or, quote, physical beauty. Please consider these and other legitimate legal findings in order to uphold the Planning Commission's wise decision to deny these billboards." Thank you.
Thank you.
You know I had to.
Was expecting you sooner or later today.
I've already signed in. I figured. That's a long day after another long morning.
Actually, even though you did before,
But I will.
you need to state
I'll
your
get
name.
there, I promise.
Okay.
My name is Darrell Rusk. I live at 101 Melcher Lane, Burson, Valley Springs postal address. My phone number is 772-0225.
Much
I always give
information.
it. I always give it. And if anybody calls me during dinner hour, they will get whatever response they merit. I'm concerned about something, and it's partially related to the billboard, so I'm speaking to that. I personally was horrified to think that there would be 3 giant lighted billboards at the entrance to Valley Springs. That was bothersome. It sounds like the advertisers are willing to modify that down to 2 or possibly even 1. They said they'd reduce the number. They said they would not light them. Both were issues to me. If, in accordance with something they said, that they might be willing to further modifications, possibly designing the framework of the signs so that they would meet more of the Gold Rush era style of the area. That would be helpful. I think that given an alternative, they will sue. I think that based on what I've read, they have extremely strong standing if they go to court. And we'll end up with 3 signs lighted, 6 sides. Given the choice, I would rather work with them and work out a compromise. Possibly smaller signs, smaller number of signs, not lighted, designed more in the decor of the area. The thing I've found bothersome about some of the folks here, and I know that some of the folks here have disagreed with me in very strong terms and language, and that makes it fun. But some of the folks here play a zero-sum game. They want it their way, and no way for anyone who opposes them. It is zero-sum. They want it all or nothing. They played the game in that respect with the golf course. They're playing the game with the signs. They want everything absolute, and they're unwilling to even meet with the, in this case, the advertisers in advance of today's meeting. The group has refused to meet with the people who are building the golf course or developing the golf course, even though they've been invited multiple times. They are unwilling to discuss compromise. You know, we live in a real world, and sometimes when we're growing up as children, we have to learn to compromise. I think it's about time some of those folks learn to compromise also. And you have options open to you today that are reasonable, they make sense, and they make sense in a sense with regard to profit to the property owner, profitability to local businesses who can advertise, and aesthetic characteristics that are reasonable. I think those are options for compromise that I haven't heard the other side say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Bailey. I'm from Wallace, and I'm one of the public who spoke to the Planning Commission August 21st to protest more billboards in our county. I was one of many that day. The Planning Commission listened, and in my opinion, they got it right and said no. Now, billboards haven't gotten prettier in the time that has passed. I am a motoring public, and I've lived in this county for 25 years. I do wonder what the percentage of local businesses that advertise on these new billboards, because as you approach our county, one sees many ads encouraging you to hurry up the hill to the wonders that they have. In view of all the work that has gone into the vision of what many people want this area to become, and as well as the input that the public is making for the general plan, we have continually said that we don't want to see more billboards, and we should have rights too. Rogers Media has the right to ask to come into this county, but you have a right to say thanks but no thanks, because it is our county and we do not have to bow to threats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm George Nelson. I'm a business owner in Valley Springs, plus the chairperson for the Valley Springs Area Business Association, which we have 122 members from Wallace to San Andreas. And over 60% of those members oppose this conditional use permit. I'm only going to briefly talk about Title 17.82. It says that the purpose of a conditional use permit is to provide a general public with the opportunity to review the proposal land use that is generally consistent with the purpose of a base zoning district that has the potential to cause conflict with neighboring land uses and zoning, that a conditional use permit is a discretionary permit, not a given. To approve this, you have to find that the use is consistent with the county general plan and the applicable community plan, which it is not. The proposed land use with neighboring land use and zoning, which it is not. This is a rural residential area and a neighborhood. Conditions of approval for potential protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. We feel the 3 billboards in a row will be a distraction to drivers at that part of the highway and adversely affect public safety due to the visual impact of 3 billboards to motorists in succession. The Highway 12 is one of our gateway highways to Calaveras County in the Valley Springs. We have been working with the code enforcement as an association to clean up our signs that are non-conforming and are having trouble with the billboards on wheels, which you've already heard about. They pop up every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and go back into hiding on Monday. They move them to the highway on weekends, and they put them at major intersections. In light of all this situation and the general plan update, it is the hopes of this business association that you would deny these billboard permits, or at the very least postpone approving them until after the general plan has been updated and we see what will happen in that area of Title 17. As a business association, we understand how important advertising is for business, but there must be an update of Title 17 about the distance between signs, height, size, design, illumination to maintain the quality of our life in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Ventris, and I'm here to speak on behalf of local business. I grew up in this community and been here since I was young. And when I first came, I was mostly compelled to come and speak on behalf of Rogers Media and also the owner of the land, basically because I feel that the Planning Commission denying this was denying them their right, the owner's right to make money and make their right to profitability based on their assets. But what I've had to hear a lot since I've been sitting here is that these billboards don't fit the general plan. They don't fit the plan of the community. A lot of people are saying that the gold rush era, that's what we want to promote, that our town, our community is in the gold rush era. Well, what would the purpose of that be other than to promote tourism? Well, I mean, you want people to come in and do business here. How are they going to do business with people that they don't even know exist? It's why advertising exists, is to promote your company and bring more profitability to your business. I mean, just like Kevin said, it's like anybody works to make a dollar. And I think that what this is doing is denying them that ability to do that. It's his property, and it's also it's his right to be able to do this. I think that as a business, Rogers Media has been very accommodating, very willing, obviously, as he proved by standing up here and saying that he's willing to compromise. He's willing to make the changes that the community has said that they most strongly disagree with. I was able to speak with one of the people that was on that planning commission before today, and she was here earlier and had to leave because of how long the first issue went. But that person felt as though that if this was brought again to the planning commission, that they would make a different decision, because she, as one of the people that voted against this, felt as though she was not provided with the correct information to make the best possible vote for her opinion. She didn't feel like she was given all the information that was needed. And my personal opinion would be to turn the appeal back over to them, like was said earlier, as one of the board's options today, because I feel like now that all the information has been provided, that they would be able to make a better and right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John DeMasters, born and raised in Valley Springs. Second generation, actually. Not too many people can say that. And I came up here in support of Kevin Goss and his landowner rights. I sent the Board of Supervisors an email to that effect. And to be honest with you, I don't want to see the billboards either. I don't want to see. I didn't want to see Marvell. I don't want to see any of these, major building going on up here because I was born here. I used to ride my bike to the local pharmacy, talk to the pharmacist, and get a soda. It was like Mayberry. And eventually, that's where I want to move to, is Mayberry, and go back to that simple way of life. But the fact of the matter is, it's not going to ever go back to that. We're not a little town anymore. There's 7,500 people in Valley Springs. I can remember the sign said 500 for years, and then they bumped it to 75 just recently. So we grew by 7,000 people in like 24 hours. It was amazing. But the fact of the matter is you know, I believe in landowners' rights. I believe that he has a right to do with his property what he wishes within the laws that are set forth, and he has a right to that zoning, and his appeal is valid. I think that the tax dollars that will be collected from this project, something the county needs. When we just talked about a jail, we need more law enforcement officers. We need these services. We need more industry here to support these 7,500 people that are in Valley Springs, plus the rest of the county. You know, we need to look at progressive ways to deal with that. And if it's billboards entering the town, I feel for those people down on Highway 26. I drive past them all the time. I don't see a lot of people in the parking lot. And will the billboards help that? Probably. You know, if they can get one. So I just want to give you my thoughts on that. I do support the project. I am also a member of the Valley Springs Area Business Association, and I can understand their concerns. I can understand what we want to have as a community, but the fact of the matter is I don't think we can control it. And even with the plan that we put forth, people's rights are people's rights. And Rogers Media sounds like a pretty reputable company, a company that I would like to deal with, and a company that has basically said they don't want to deal with the county anymore. They said they won't put any more billboards up here if they get this one through. And that's sad. I think that that's the kind of company that you want to deal with if we're putting billboards in the county. And they will come. And I think you might want to sit down with them and say, hey, these are the areas that are zoned. Or the landowners, if they're looking at projects, you might want to get the people involved ahead of time, because that sounds like a company you want to deal with. Illumination in that area, I don't know what the problem is there. There's nothing out there. It's not going to change the night sky where I live. It's not going to change the night sky in Quill Oaks or even in Valley Springs. I don't see what the problem is there. And as far as the shipping yard goes, it does look a lot better than it was a junkyard, but it looked better probably with billboards on it than it does looking at his trucks. So to be honest with you, you know, you know, if you want to go as far as saying you can't have billboards, you might want to tell him he can't have his trucks, because it doesn't look right for Calaveras County. I don't think you can do it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name's still Steve Bullwine. This is the reason that I came in this morning. Obviously, my wife and I moved into this community about 20 years ago. So I haven't been here as long as some people, but I have been in this county for over 20 years. We bought a small ranch, and we lived down in the Wallace area. And we were drawn to this community because of the ruralness, because of the aesthetics, the way it looked, the climate, the people, on and on and on. We have a ranch, we have horses, and that's why we were drawn up into this area. And this area has grown over the last 20 years. We made a decision to move a little bit deeper into the county 6 or 8 years ago, get a little bit more land that's a little bit more rural, because that's what we enjoy. We like having nothing around us, and we enjoy it very much. I also have a business in this community. I did open up a business in the Vista Del Lago Terrace Shopping Center about a year ago, 8 months ago, and it is a new business, and new businesses take time to grow and to get off the ground, and I was fully aware of that when I opened up the business. Obviously, wasn't planning on the economy turning south, but it did. But you know, all that being said, having access to advertising or media is something that shouldn't be restricted from businesses. It's something that should be encouraged in moderation. And I think we have an excellent opportunity to use this situation to set standards for the entire county, for the entire county over the next several years. We have all these different planning things going on to try and bring people up to speed and readjust and do things new and kind of step us all into the 21st century, and that's great, and that's what we ought to do. But, these guys, from what little I know about them, have gone way out of their way to go the extra mile to try and provide not only billboards that are going to be aesthetically pleasing as a billboard can go, but going way above and beyond by working with the community and saying we won't even light them at night, which from my perspective isn't smart, but I can understand why people are against it, and I can understand why they're offering to do it. So I think you should reconsider the appeal. I think that they ought to be granted the permit to set this up, and we ought to use this as an opportunity to set standards for the rest of the county. So as things continue to grow, which they're going to do, we can look back to this business model and say, hey, this is what we want, this is what we're looking for, this is why we're doing it this way, and emulate that throughout the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Mulvaney, and I'd like to speak to you as a former planning commissioner. I don't know what they were thinking when they voted this thing down. Maybe council will correct me if I'm in error, but it's not their prerogative to deny a permitted use. It seems to me that they can put conditions on the use, but they were in violation of the zoning to do this. How could they do that? And it seems that they were so far off base. Our Constitution was written to protect the rights of the individual and equal protection under the laws, and to protect individuals from the tyranny of the majority or wherever else it comes from. And it seems to me that this applicant has done everything right, only to be turned down. How can they do that?
Thank you.
My name is Holly Mines, and I too would like to speak to you as a former planning commissioner. I think that we just heard language from the code which describes what a conditional use permit is, and it is defined as a discretionary permit, which means that it does not have to be granted. So on that basis, the Planning Commission decided that it didn't meet the how should I say it, sort of parameters of current planning, and they therefore denied it. And I will also note that this morning, when the planning staff presented their brief report, they recommended not denying the appeal of Rogers Media. So there must be some basis in law for that, or they wouldn't do it. The second thing, which I don't want to belabor because I think the point has been made, is that we are in the process of revising our general plan. And I personally have spoken to a planner, not a Calaveras County planner, but a planner and a land use attorney, asking if it is legitimate in a case like this to put off or deny such a permit. And both have told me that it is very common in the process of doing a general plan revision for the Planning Commission and or the Board of Supervisors to deny permission at the time when a new plan is being designed. I think that's a completely legitimate exercise of the authority of the government to say, we're in a process now. If we allow these signs to be put up, the gentleman said the one compromise he would not make was to accept some kind of temporary permission for this sign. And so he wants the sign up and he wants it to stay. If in the process of redoing the general plan, it's decided that billboards are not a desirable way to advertise in this county, and the plan is designed in that way, there will be no recourse after that. So I think both of those justify the consideration of this appeal and the possible denial of it. The last thing I want to say is that I attended one of the workshops or a presentation by the consultants who were hired in Angels Camp to come up with a plan for the development of Angels Camp. And I went to the one where it was early on, and he had sent a team of people in to Angels Camp to take photographs and to look at the town and get a sense of where it was now and where it might go. The very first thing that he showed, the first two things he showed, one was a big, pretty ugly sign that it did say "Welcome to Angels Camp," and it had all these signs like for the Rotary Club and the Benefit Club and the farmers and all this kind of stuff. But he said, if you had something that was subtle and attractive, that would be one thing, but you're not really welcoming people from outside into your town when there's no gateway, there's no recognizable entry into the town, and a lot of the signs that he showed in his presentation had brush around them and things like that. So he was saying.
I will ask people to keep order, and I remind people that listening to opinions different than your own doesn't mean you have to be audibly rude at the time of presentation.
Anyway, his point was, the other sign that he showed was a great big sign of the frog jump. And he also said that he thought it was a really ugly sign. So if those are the kinds of things that you're trying to sell your town on, he said that wasn't the right way to do it. He said what you're trying to do is create an ambiance, set the scene so that there's a number of restaurants and there's a number of destinations and there's a feeling about coming into the town that feels really good. There's adequate parking. It's off to the side. He gave many, many guidelines. But the one thing that he didn't recommend was to advertise your town and your activities in your town by big billboards. And I would also note that Murphy's is a very, very successful town. And I don't see signs for all the restaurants as I'm going up Highway 4. And people swarm into those restaurants. So they must find a way to get customers, and it may be because they have good food and they're located in a really attractive place, and people have heard about them, and they get written up in places like AAA magazine and Sunset magazine and all that kind of thing. So I do think to say that if you don't have billboards, you can't have business in a community is not correct. And I'll leave it at that because I think the other points have been made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak before this gets remanded to the board? Mr. Mulvaney, you've already spoken.
Well, that's true, but she did allude to something I said, that you can't deny it because the rules may change down the line. We have ex post facto laws that you can't pass a law making someone guilty of something that was legal when they did it, and we're a nation of laws, and if somebody obeys the law, that he should not be denied his rights and privileges under that law.
Distinguished board, my name is Jim Reed. I've been a resident of this county for 22 years. I've heard a lot of comments and mainly personal opinions here today. And I don't really think this is a matter of a personal opinion here. This advertising company went to the Planning Commission, from what I understand. They submitted their plans. They did everything by the letter of your laws. And in fact, it was recommended by the Planning Commission, the Planning Board, that you approve it. I don't really remember how many billboards have been approved by the Board of Supervisors, in our county. I know of a lot of billboards that have went up down on, for instance, Highway 4 down there in Copperopolis. I don't believe that there was any process like this at that time as far as approving or disapproving those billboards down there. And unsightly that's not just the matter here. Unsafe as far as some of the way the signs down there were built. And the thing is, I know what type of billboard that those people are going to build down here in Valley Springs. I don't believe they're an eyesore. I pass that way. I live in this county. I live right up from San Andreas. And I just don't see the eyesore. Like I said, I understand people have a right to their own opinions, and in my opinion, I'm in support of these outdoor advertising structures. I see nothing wrong with them. When the permit was applied for, this wasn't a law that could be denied. In fact, it was all approved. And now, as far as when I hear something like, well, let's delay this, and we'll actually come up with a general plan, and then we'll outlaw it, that's shady politics. I'm sorry, I don't approve of stuff like that in this county or any other county. Face it, our government, state, local, federal, they've got to get away from stuff like that. That shady stuff is why people don't trust our government. And that's what that reminds me of when I hear that, well, let's delay this, let's table it until we can come up with something a little more substantial to deny it. So I hope you reconsider this appeal here today. And like I said, I just think it's pretty ridiculous that when somebody comes into our county and they want to advertise, or somebody comes into our county and in support of the businesses. And another thing is, I heard how billboards don't help anybody. I see all the Moaning Cavern billboards all over our county, and I want you to tell me or tell Moaning Caverns that they haven't helped them. Moaning Caverns doesn't do a lot of advertising. California Caverns is the same thing. And I know a lot of people have been directed and know where Moaning Caverns is, and in fact have put it on the map because of those outdoor advertising structures. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this subject? All right. At this point, I would ask the Deputy County Counsel whether the discussion of possible lawsuits would require a closed session of the board to discuss. Some people have said it has merits. Some people may differ. Is that something you wish to discuss before we take action? I know we can't call a closed session today.
Obviously, that is up to the board. You'd have to continue this to have a closed session 2 weeks, unless you want to vote today to have it. You are eligible to have a closed session based on threat of litigation. It's up to the board at this point in time.
Can't we have it right now?
It's up to the board.
Don't we have to announce well before?
I'll defer to Jim on the mechanics of that.
The section that requires that two-thirds of you, which is 4 of you, make a finding that the item requires immediate attention and did not come to the attention of the board until after the agenda was posted. So if you make those 2 findings, you can add a closed session.
For myself, I would like to make those findings because I would like to have a closed session, and I think we should try to have some finality on this today rather than putting it off for 2 weeks and expecting everybody to leave work and come back. But I think depending on the direction the board goes, there is a definite litigation risk, and I think we should have some clarity from county council before a motion is made.
Other views from the board?
I don't feel it's necessary to have a closed session.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Thomas?
Before I answer that question, what was the outcome of that case that Mr. Rogers cited in Florida?
I'm not familiar with that case. That's the first time I've heard of that case. I only know what he said, which is it's a Florida Supreme Court case. That would not be binding in California. But I'm not familiar with that case. There are no California cases on point.
Okay. All right. I don't think that I have any compelling reasons to go into closed sessions today on this matter.
My opinion would line up with Supervisor Tryon on this. I think that when we do face, and several people have raised the issue of the potential economic downsides of making a decision to the taxpayers and to the county, I view that as pretty essential to framing my view of the subject, and have no information, or little information, I should say, before me to inform that. So I would have hoped we'd have 2/3, but not having that, we will now proceed to a discussion of the merits of the appeal and what we should do about it.
The other option would be to continue this, and we can put the closed session on a regular agenda, if that suits the board's pleasure.
I didn't hear 3 voices for that.
Okay.
Unless anybody wishes to alter their view. Okay, so we move forward. I think of myself as a risk taker sometimes, but this is a little over my willingness to take that. But I think we start with the supervisor whose district this controversy arose from.
It's not the first time you've said that today.
Well, at this time it falls to you, Bill.
Okay. Before I get started here, I have a couple of questions of Mr. Rogers, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Rogers. As stated earlier when Mr. Rogers was giving his presentation, we have had some conversations regards the scope of his project, and I would like to clarify the information that I thought I heard us talk about. And so this is like a poker game, but it's time to call. So we can turn your cards up now. I don't think there's any.
Yep.
Okay.
Cards up.
If I understood you correctly, and please correct me if I got this wrong, that you were willing to make what I consider to be significant concessions. First of all, that you would settle on a single sign.
Yes.
And that sign would be at the farthest location, which would be where the truck storage yard is now.
Yes.
2 spaces on the sign.
Yes.
No illumination, excuse me.
Correct.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to put a compressor there because the vandalism would run you out of business. Okay. And also that if permitted, you're not intending to place any additional signs in the county unless this one is removed.
Correct.
Okay. So those are, I wanted to make sure I was on fair ground there. So thank you very much. Wow. So there's been so much testimony here, and I would like to respond to a lot of those, but time doesn't permit. So I'll try to summarize, and even at that, for my part, this might be a little bit lengthy. As proposed originally, 3 signs with the possibility of being 300 feet apart, etc. I was prepared to argue that as strenuously as I could based on the safety issue. Again, there may not be evidence, but I intended to provide evidence. Evidence, of course, not being proof, simply evidence. And I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, but distraction is a big cause, at least a secondary cause, of traffic collisions, Those of you that know me know I've been very familiar with traffic collisions. I was with the California Highway Patrol for 37 years. And time and speed 300 feet apart would have been dangerous in my point of view, and I brought some statistics to try to verify that. That doesn't seem necessary now. The location where this sign, is proposed is on a straight portion of Highway 12. The straight portion of Highway 12 at that location is just shy of 1/2 mile. Admittedly, there is a moderate vertical curve in that area, which takes away the vision of oncoming traffic for 1 to 2 seconds. However, this 1/2 mile is perfectly straight. Driving conditions are good. I can remember, I've been here for a while too, folks. I've been here for over 40 years. And I can remember when there was a broken yellow line there allowing people to pass. And most of the double yellow lines that we inherited about 15 or 20 years ago were a result of a federal mandate, not our Department of Transportation, and that's when those lines went in. So it's a long, straight portion. Oh, and additionally, with regard to the site for this sign, this is, as has been stated over and over again, a commercial site and has been developed in the past for various uses. At this point, you folks that are familiar with looking at this site, it is void of visual obstructions or distractions. I mean, there isn't a blade of grass there for a distraction. And that's something that's not going to come back. It's just that way. So what I'm trying to say is I think the distraction from this sign is very minimal as proposed. So once again, it seems to me we are arguing against our own codes and our staff recommendation. For me, this is getting to be more and more of a habit, and it's one that I'm not comfortable with because I'm used to following statutes. It doesn't mean that there could not be exceptions and so on and so forth, but we're getting into a habit. So I know that we're running late, and a lot of times people get off track, and I seldom do, but I'm going to right now for just a second and have a little anecdote for you. Sometimes when people age, their driving skills go downhill, and it's up to the Department of Motor Vehicles to make a determination if they should drive or not. So I have this uncle. You have to understand, we're Portuguese. It's going to be ugly. So this guy lives in a small community just north of Half Moon Bay. His driving inquiry is scaring. He's no longer with us, so I can talk about old Antone. They arranged to have a DMV examiner come out and give him a drive test around his home so he could only kill people in his neighborhood, not go somewhere else. So they gave him a drive test. Came back, my cousins told me the DMV examiner's eyes were this big around. I said, what happened? He said, we're driving down this street. There's a stop sign there. He blows through it about 30 miles an hour. Scared the hell out of this guy. So he asked him, didn't you see that stop sign? Yeah. Stupid place for a stop sign. He didn't keep his license, but he did organize some people in the community that agreed with him. Stupid place for a stop sign. The vocal minority. You know what? The stop sign's still there, and they're still writing tickets about it because that's the law. And you have to give that some deference. You have to give that something here. And I understand that there are some people that don't like billboards anywhere. I'm ambivalent about billboards. I have to say that. This is the vegetable theory. A lot of little kids don't like their vegetables. Doesn't mean anything's wrong with them. Okay? So, back to point here. This use complies with the current chapter 1782 of our codes. Billboards are permitted by code with approval of a conditional use permit. Those are governed by chapter 1772, which I will not argue needs some work. I think everybody pretty much agrees on that. Most people will agree with that. The planning department staff made the determination that the project is in compliance with 1772. According to the documents I've seen, there is no public comment or evidence to the contrary in the record. If I understand correctly, and there are a couple of attorneys in the room that might be able to correct me here, but denial of this conditional use permit has to be based on findings. I've not seen those findings in the record. Again, I see a group of people that don't like the billboards, and I respect that. And like I said earlier, I think Mr. Rogers has made, and his partner have made significant modifications to the project in deference to that. He's asking you to use his property in a legal way. We went through this a couple of weeks ago with a hearing. It seems to me that the appellant here has worked with the county, he's worked with the planning staff, he's worked with the codes for 18 months now, trying to comply with our codes, as he stated. And I have to give great respect to that. I talked about the safety. You know, I received copies of a lot of these emails, folks, and it's really hard to stay on point. Some of them were very well written and very respectful, and some of them were not. So that's just a little aside here. When anybody communicates with me, and I'm assuming with other people that have similar responsibilities, it's really hard to read through personal criticism, exaggerations, and sometimes profanity to get to the point the individual is trying to make. So I just want to put that out there while I'm thinking about it. But I did try to do that a great deal. With regard to the content of the signs, I think we've been advised more than once that our Constitution prohibits regulating the content of the signs. So if somebody wants to advertise a local hot dog stand or something else or whatever, as long as it's not an illegal message, we're not going to be able to regulate that, so that's not an issue, at least not for me. And I have a question for planning. If I understand correctly, and maybe I don't even know here, the signing on a building is 1 square foot per lineal foot, or is it square footage of the building?
1 square foot of sign for each lineal foot of building frontage. So if a building is 40 feet wide on the front, you're allowed a 40 square foot sign.
So if a building were erected on this commercial site, how long would the building need to be to have 128 square feet of signage?
128 feet frontage, or 128 foot frontage.
So that's pretty small. So I'm just trying to make some analogies here, folks. That's a big chunk of real estate there. A commercial building, 128 feet long, would not even, certainly wouldn't fill up the site. And they could put this sign there. And they could put more signs if they had more buildings. And maybe they will some days. Who knows? I am in support of granting this appeal based on, I could go on here for a long time, but I've decided not to. This applicant appellant has complied with our county rules. I don't think, as far as the timing here, I don't know what you would do about timing. It could be a year, it could be 18 months, it could be until the general plan update is completed, or the community plan. God knows when that will be.